everybody, my name is Kira, please, and I will be your host for today for the last day of the Twitch Summer Gathering. I hope you've been very, very excited because I've had an amazing weekend seeing all the cool new things that's been happening. Again, if you don't know me, I am a king of chaos, so today I hope we can provide a little bit of chaos to you, okay? But I wanted to ask you guys, what things have you been most excited about? But I've noticed that we had a poll, and it seems like y'all are really excited about Valorant, huh? More than Overwatch. That's crazy. Is there any reason why? Okay. And hey, everybody in chat, how's it going? What's good, Kira, please? Well, hey, what's good? Now, some of the things that I've been really, really hyped about this weekend, which I saw some of you doing and saying in chat, is about this fly situation. I got a chance to play Time Flies. Justice for that fly. I personally named the fly Timmy. And you know, I died within the first like 30 seconds. It was pretty tragic and chaotic. I played about 5 times. I think I'm going to binge watch this fly forever. Hashtag save the fly guy. Yes. 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 Please. We need to like personally make sure this fly is okay. Okay? But we are going to be covering so many things today, and remember that everything is co-streamable on Twitch Gaming, so make sure you join in on the fun. But today, on the last day of summer, it's jam-packed. We got so much to cover. I'll be talking to a ton of devs, I can speak English, behind the games like Humankind, 2 Point Campus, I saw some of y'all excited about that, and Ark Survival Evolved, and Jackbox Games. We got to get the party started. And so many other showcases. And there's more Guerrilla Collective to see, and we're gonna be a Capcom Showcase later as well. So, you know, it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a great time. Also, since this is the beginning, this is not the beginning, this is the end of the Summer Game Gathering, co-streamers from shows on the Twitch Gaming have been using the cool new extension Moodland. Now, I don't know if you're aware of it, but hopefully we can get you aware today. Moodland lets any co-streaming channel build totally unique 3D islands based on the emotion and activity of chat. Yes, you can help build this world simply by hovering over your favorite co-streamer's video. You find the extension, start the energy to help build their island. You get immersed, you get involved, you can start some chaos, like I would say. And for anyone co-streaming, simply install the extension on your channel and go to the website listed below to get started, okay? Simple as that. It's very easy, okay? Y'all got it. You got it? You make sure you know, because I will repeat it if you don't know, okay? Because I'm here to start the chaos and let you know what you need to do to have a good time on this beautiful Monday afternoon. But we are going to take a quick look at a little instructional video just so you know how to do it. So hopefully, you know, it helps provide a little bit more instructions for you, okay? And if you need help, feel free to ask me.
Here's how to install the Moodland extension on your channel. Click on your user icon, and then click Creator Dashboard. In the menu on the left, click Extensions, and then search for Moodland on the Discovery page. Locate the Moodland extension and click Add. On the Configuration page, click Activate and set as Overlay 1, then click Done. Confirm that it's installed by going to My Extensions on the Extensions page of the Creator Dashboard. Moodland should appear in the Activated column and be set to Overlay 1. To allow the extension to work, you'll need to connect the Companion app. In a new tab or window, go to companion.moodland.io and follow the steps to connect your Twitch account. Click on the icon in the top right corner to view your level, stats, and shoutouts to viewers that have sent you energy. Click the icon below it to track your achievements. In the Companion app, you can click and drag to navigate around your island, and use the mouse wheel to zoom. You can even toggle between 2D and 3D mode by clicking the button in the upper left corner. Very important, you must keep the Companion app open in order for the extension to work.
Hey guys, I am back. Hopefully that was a little more insightful for you, but let's get to the nitty gritty. Everything you want to see today. Our first showcase features not one, well this is two, not one, but two devs, the great minds here to dive into their games like Humankind and Endless Dungeon. And then later, again, the 2 Point devs are giving us a look at 2 Point Campus. But first things first, we gotta do what we need to do. We are going to welcome Benoit from Amplitude.
Hey everybody!
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How about you?
That's great. It's nice to see you
I'm very
here today.
pleased to
You
be
doing all
around.
right today?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Amazing. Well, please introduce yourself to the chat who may not know who you are, and give it a go.
Well, I'm Benoit. I'm the game director of Humankind. I've been as well the main historian around the Humankind. So, yeah, there is nothing much to say.
Well, thank you for that. I am gonna let you take it away, but until soon, you guys, I will be back. But take it away, Benoit. We'll see you soon.
See ya. Yeah. So, hello everybody. So I'm here to talk about the new Twitch extension we are bringing to Twitch. So it will mainly give the players or the viewers the opportunity to follow and catch up the playthrough of their favorite streamer. I think we are gonna see a video soon about how it will work. But the main idea was, as a streamer, that sometimes you don't want to make a pause all the time to answer the viewers' questions, and also as a new viewers, you want to catch up with a long playthrough, and this extension will give you the opportunity to do so. So giving you a lot of informations and details about the cultures the streamers had choose, or also the status of his cities, how many technologies he would have picked, and all those kind of small details that sometimes you need to understand what you are looking at. So that's mainly what you're gonna see and what we will gonna show you. And later on, we will talk a little bit about the avatar creation process with one of our main creator content, of one of our favorite creator content, 2D Kiri. So, yeah, is there? Yeah. Oh, the key art. Recently we also have been releasing a new culture pack, the Latin of American culture pack, with 6 new cultures, as well as new natural wonders and new chain of events and new artificial wonders. So among those cultures you will have the Carolans, the Nazcan, the Argentinians, Cubans, as well as the Inca and the Taino. Also, we have been releasing a huge patch, the Bolivar update. So for all those who have not been playing for a while, you can go back and just have a look at all those new features and all those new stuff. So just give it a go. I'm pretty sure you will be surprised of how much the game has evolved according to players' feedbacks and all the feedbacks we have been gathering since the release of the game. Yeah, and now Peter is joining us to talk about the Twitch extension as well. I think he will have maybe more details to talk about than me.
Hello, Benoit.
Hey, Peter.
Nice
How
to
is
meet
it
you.
going?
It's going great. It's fantastic to be here with y'all. I can say a little bit about what we do at Muxy, and then talk more about the awesome extension we built for y'all. Okay, at
Perfect.
Muxy, we've been working on Twitch since about 2015. We started out making alerts. Then we went into, when Twitch approached us, we built bits with them and released the Twitch Tier Cup as the first integration there, and that got us really interested into interactivity. And when the extensions platform launched, we knew we had to build the link between games and this new interface that Twitch created with extensions. So we've done that, and Humankind and Amplitude were one of our first partners when our technology was very early in this game linking, and so I'm very excited to talk about their extension for Humankind, and
To be honest, I've been pretty amazed with the extension and how it looks like. It gave me ideas even for the game itself. so it's amazing work.
And that's some of the stuff we've talked to the Amplitude team about, is like, our technology's gotten so much better since we started the ideation for this, that there's a lot we can do. But when streaming these 4X games and strategy games, it's really hard for the streamer to go over constantly what has happened, what is happening, what their plan is. And so the features of the extension are designed to give you that insight into what's going on in the game. So less of your chat is about what has happened and where you are, and more about interacting with the streamer and the community.
Yeah,
and what you're seeing here is you're seeing the military tab. It's all your units lost, units destroyed, all of your resources that you gathered, your stability, some of these macro statistics for your empire that you're building. And all the technologies.
There is also technologies, yeah.
Yep. And right now it just goes through how far you're progressing through each era. It's not specific on the technologies yet. And there's your turn indicator down there in the corner. And this is your civics and society and your ideology. This tracks like how much influence you have. This tracks which side of the ideology you're landing on with the civics you've enacted. And for multiplayer, the features around that are mostly still in development, but we'd love to have rich support for the multiplayer experience so that everyone can check up on each of the other empires that the streamer's playing against. And one of the cool things here about the world seed is you could take that from a streamer's game and play their exact same world, right, Benoit? On your own, if you just take all those settings and set them all up.
Yeah, trying to recreate the same playthrough.
And I think we're at a loop on that.
Yeah.
Where are we in this segment?
So. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I think the hardest part we've noticed with streaming strategy games is I love strategy games. I grew up on them. I played CivNet when I was very young, and I've been following the 4X genre this whole time, and Humankind has been so fun to work on because it's such a fresh take on it. So I really appreciate what y'all have done, Benoit.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the same as you. I've been growing up playing the 4X genre since the 90s. So for me it was a kind of a dream to to work on Humankind.
I'd love to, because what we've covered is kind of the functionality that we've put in there for streamers to kind of help them get caught up. You mentioned, if we're allowed to, I would love to hear you ideate on some of the stuff you're thinking about in terms of expanding the functionality, because that gets me really excited.
Yeah, definitely. what you've done is just amazing because I've been watching a lot of streams of for example, and even other kind of game, and I think specifically for a strategy game, it's just extremely useful to understand as a newcomer, like somebody who has never played it before, and also for somebody who just want to catch up with the community. It's extremely clear and understandable what's going on and what happened, by the past and during maybe previous streams. So it's just amazing. Yeah, I would like to see those kind of stuff more often, for other games, for sure.
And Muxy, we're trying to make that possible. So like when we first started working with you guys at Amplitude, we didn't have all the tools we have available today. Now we have Unreal SDKs, Unity SDKs. We have all these tools to make it really easy for game developers to build these rich interactive experiences in their games. And I'm just so thankful that you guys took a chance with us and said, this is interesting to us too, back when we first started this project. And it's helped us develop internally our own tools to make this easier for Amplitude going forward and for other developers out there to build rich interactive experiences.
Yeah, and I was wondering, do you have any, I don't know, anecdotes or something like that about the development, like something, you want to share with us? Because, it's kind of new for the people, this kind of thing, so it might be fun. Well, if you don't have any.
I've got a couple. The first one is I recently went back in and started testing again, and the game has come so far since we started development on this extension and played the initial versions before the game was released. So like I actually ended up doing the just one more turn and ended up testing through until about 2 a.m. I noticed I was like, I'm working, but I'm also having a really good time. And so it's really fun when you get to work on things that you actually love, and both Twitch and interactivity and grand strategy games are two of my favorite things. So like that was just when I was up at 2 a.m. testing, and then I was like, oh yeah, the people in Europe are awake. I can just email them now. They'll get it right now. They'll probably think, why is he awake at 3 in the morning? Local to his time, but it's just because I was enjoying it. And some of the other things as I mentioned earlier, our technology in terms of the game, like interface between the game and the Twitch stream was very early. When we started working with y'all, we went down a lot of different paths on how to get the functionality to work, and we're still kind of working our way through those because we took some unconventional pathways to get there. And it's been a very good process working with y'all, and it's just been very enlightening. How to it has taught us a lot of things we can do 10 times better in the future versions of both this extension and other things with Amplitude if we get the opportunity.
Yeah, that's good to hear. But I'm living the same experience as you, as an historian and as a gamer. I'm just all the time thinking like, am I really working or not? Is that work? It's late and but I'm reading this stuff, so is that still working? I don't know. So it's really amazing working on such a project. So and it has been really nice working with you as well. I think it has been a mutually a really good experience. So thank you again.
Of course. And I hope that in the future we can add some of our newer technology so people can reach out and influence the streamers' playthrough in certain ways. Because that'd be really fun. I'd love to pop into some Humankind streams. Maybe claim a town, name it after myself or something like that. I don't know. We'd have to figure out what's possible.
Yeah. There is, I think there is a lot of different perspectives and a lot of fun stuff to do that remains to do. Also, we're gonna add a lot of more features to the game. So there might be different ways probably to bring them to the people and to the players, so they can just enjoy it as well. So yeah, that's nice.
One as someone who really enjoys the game, how has if you don't mind me asking questions about the game specifically, how has the pollution system evolved from where it started to now, and what are your thoughts on it? Because that was one of the game systems that was interesting, but I had a little bit of a hard time managing, especially in the early builds.
That's a really tricky question. I hope I have enough time to answer it. But at the moment, we are aware that the pollution system wasn't perfect, and a lot of players were complaining about it. So we just gave, with the update I was talking about earlier, we just gave the players the opportunity, if they want to get rid of the pollution effect, just to toggle it off. But we are thinking about how to design it properly, because as an historian, I know pollution has been around for centuries, and it's just not global pollution or global warming, but also city pollution and all this kind of stuff. So we are aiming to represent that the best way as possible. I think we are running out of time, so I'm sorry. I will have to first thank you a lot. Really enjoy what you've done on this extension. It's amazing. And I wish you a good day or night. I don't know what time it is from your side of the planet.
I'm in Texas. It's the afternoon, and thank you very much, Benoit.
Okay.
And I'm sorry I asked you a very difficult question. I know you guys can solve it.
No.
Thank you very much.
It's not that hard, but we just this little bit of time. It's tricky. By the way, when the extension will be online, do you have any idea?
That's currently something we're working with Amplitude on at the moment, is deciding when the right date is and when we have the right amount of features. So that's still up in the air, but hopefully soon.
Cool. And I know for sure that it will be available through the Games Together, so through the platform Games Together run by Amplitude. So have a nice day. See ya.
Thank you very much.
Same. So normally now we are gonna talk about the avatar system. I'm sorry. And with the avatar system, we have been able to recreate historical figure, as well as, of course, your favorite streamers, because for us, it was really important to give the opportunity to players to create what they wanted to be, and not just play as an historical figure, but to add a more role-play side. So, because at the very end, do you feel you've been playing like Cleopatra, or do you feel you've been playing like the Egyptians? So the avatar system for us in Amplitude gave this opportunity to the player to choose exactly how they want to play, if they wanted to play as an historical figure, or if they wanted to recreate history the way they wanted. So we also, as I was saying, have been recreating creator contents avatar, like, for example, 2D Kiri, which is an amazing streamer, one of our favorites in Amplitude. So here is 2D Kiri, I guess. Does she? Yeah.
Hi, hello.
You're around. Hey. How's it going?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So maybe you want to talk a little bit about this experience, first of having your own avatar in humankind, but as well, how did we yeah, proceed.
Yeah, so, all right, humankind. So I have the avatar, yes, it's super cool. How it came about is I started streaming humankind during the open devs, and Amplitude found my streams and apparently liked them, so thank you very much. That was super sweet of you to say just now. And then Bo, the community manager, reached out and asked if I was interested in having my own avatar. I said yes, here we are. So the process is you start with taking photos, and that was like twofold. It was on the one hand really easy because it's just photos from every angle, like 360 degrees around me, really very easy. But then the tricky part was doing certain facial expressions and taking photos of that, like rage and anger, and that gave me really trouble because I'm just a happy person. So like after taking those photos, like my facial muscles just really hurt from trying to get that right. I hope I did well. So that was part of it. The other part was a quiz, how my play style is really, and there I tried to answer not like me as a person would answer, but like my game style is. So my avatar turned out to be very aggressive. She's cruel, impulsive, and vindictive. Yeah, it's fun to play against her.
Why not?
Oh, yeah, right? It's always fun. Yeah, and then you, also Amplitude, went through a lot of trouble to add my tattoos as well, which was really amazing. And you kind of struggle with that because I think it was the first avatar with tattoos. So you had to code something specifically for that, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame we cannot see it on those avatars. But it was a hard process to have your tattoo in game and working with all the costumes. So, but at the very end, we are all satisfied.
Yeah, they look amazing. So you've gone through a lot of trouble, a lot of work to make that happen. And so there was the photos, the quiz, the personality type, basically, and then there was recording the voice lines, which was really cool. So you invited me to a voice recording studio, which was the first time for me, and it was super exciting. And then some people from Amplitude were there, and an acting coach through a video call. So the acting coach guided me through the whole process and helped me out with, this is your emotion now, because now you have to be sad or, I don't know, very snobbish or then angry about something. So that was really cool. And it didn't
how
quite...
How many lines did you record?
400 something, I think. So it was like 2 afternoons, I think, or like 2 half days. It was a lot of work, but it was really cool. And now my voice is also in the game. So like I can play as my own avatar. Everybody else can play against me. Yeah. But I can play as my own avatar, and it's really funny to see this person who is me, who sounds like me, react to something, and then I react to it too, and it's just really funny.
Just a question. How did you feel the first time seeing yourself and hearing yourself in the game? I mean, was it weird or not? Just hearing yourself. As a streamer, I'm used to hearing myself, so that wasn't weird at all. It was just the addition of there's this avatar that looks like me, and there's like the facial expression that is basically correct, and then she sounds like me too. So that was like the added component that was like, hey, this is a bit uncanny, but it's super awesome. I really, really like seeing myself in the game and hearing myself. Cool. Another question, just because I have always a lot of questions.
Yeah, of course.
How did you find Humankind the first time? I mean, how did you come to Humankind the first time during the open dev, and maybe before? Or was it just?
I really love. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I really love strategy games. And I stream those a lot. So I came across Humankind way before it released, and I wishlisted it, and then I forgot about it again. But after the first open dev, I'm not sure if like my community told me about it again and just reminded me of the fact that this is a thing. Or if I found it again, I can't say. But the second open dev, I got access to that, and then I started streaming it.
Yeah.
So it's just a strategy game I found because I really like the genre. And then with the second open dev, I just dived into it and really loved it.
Cool. I've seen one of your last video about Starship Troopers. Good video.
Played that too, yes. Awesome game.
Yeah. Also, do you have any advice for the future of the game? I mean, it's always important for me to hear about the players' feelings. So, do you have anything maybe you want to see in the game? Yeah, tricky
Putting
question.
me on the spot there. So, I actually played earlier today. I streamed Humankind earlier, and I checked out the new DLC, and it was really cool to see new cultures and new wonders and everything. So, if you just keep going with that and add more content, as in new cultures, new wonders, new events, especially because they can get repetitive after playing the game again. But now there are new events again, and that was really cool to just get that. So what I like about Humankind is that you can make, I don't know, it's like the slogan is like, how far will you push humankind, right? So you can play differently if you want to, and then in this playthrough you do this, and in this playthrough you do that, and typically that's more for me. But anyway, aggressive avatar, right? So just adding more cultures, giving us more events and the like. That's I would like that.
Yeah, cool. Okay, noted. Definitely. And my avatar has the same persona as yours, so I'm always aggressive.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a good playstyle. It's very valid. It makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to remind the people that Amplitude will be at the next TwitchCon in Europe, and as well as in San Diego. And there you will, as a Twitch content creator, you will be able to make your own avatar, and we will proceed to a kind of raffle. And some of you lucky content creators will be able to be in the game. So come and just visit us. So in the next TwitchCons.
That is really cool.
I had to remind to say that. Yeah, that's really cool.
Somebody's going to be really happy about this.
Yeah, definitely. I wish people could play with my avatar as well. They can, but they don't want to. I don't know why.
Well, maybe after this now.
Yeah, maybe. I hope so. They want to play with an aggressive persona. Sure. Do you have anything else to say or to add, or maybe about the Twitch expansion we were just showing before, if you had the opportunity to see what we were talking about?
Yeah, I was watching that. That seems amazing.
Yeah,
I will definitely use it then, because I've played other games, or I've streamed other games with extensions like it, where you can just, as a viewer, then see what the streamer is doing, the stats of the game, really. And that is really, really nice. I mean, I don't mind if people ask me, hey, how many error stars do you have right now? And then I show them, but it's just really nice because then they can see everything when they want to see it. So they can see the progress, the error star, what your ideology axis looks like right now. So I think this is really exciting. Very much looking forward to it.
Especially for new players or people that just want to see what the game is about. I mean, if they want to, if the game is made for them or not, it's just nice way to catch on. I really like this.
Yeah, exactly.
This.
Yeah, I'm sad you don't have a release date yet, but it's gonna be good.
Soon. Stay tuned, people, and it's gonna be soon. I promise you.
Very nice.
Well, I'm quite sure we are running out of time again. I just wanted to say again that we just released a new culture pack content about Latin America with 6 new cultures and wonders and chain of events. And we also just released a big patch, the Bolivar update, which if you haven't played it yet, you will see it's a big update. It makes the game kind of new.
Good changes.
Yeah, big changes, good changes. I'm thanking you. Thanks a lot to having joined us, and I'm gonna leave you. So goodbye, everyone. Thanks again. Sorry for my terrible accent. I know it's very French. And
not a bad thing.
I hope I will see you later. And thank you again to the Kiri. It was very nice having you.
Thank you as well. Goodbye.
See ya. So now it's gonna be Natasha who is gonna present you news about what is gonna be the next big game of Amplitude.
Hi everyone. So thank you so much for joining us here for Endless Dungeon. So Endless Dungeon is our upcoming top-down shooter tactical roguelite action game. And it is going to be, whoops, sorry, just gotta get the sound there. That's better. All right. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Moving on. So Endless Dungeon is a top-down tactical roguelite shooter game that is the sequel in a spiritual way to Dungeon of the Endless, which is a game that some of you may be familiar with. However, we have taken it from a 2D art style to a 3D art style, which is one of the big changes, in addition to the fact that you now have direct control over your heroes, which means you're playing in real time, which means it's much more adapted to controllers and stuff like that. But today we're here to focus a little bit on the art. Most importantly, we are going to be debuting a brand new video that we have prepared for you about the art style in Endless Dungeon. So it's one of the series of our videos that we do called Feature Focuses, where we introduce different features of the game and we kind of let you know a little bit more detail about them, and you'll get to see kind of some of the behind the scenes of us here at the studio in Paris and learn a little bit more about the art style on Endless Dungeon, and we really hope you like it. So let's roll the video.
For Endless Dungeon, we wanted a style that would let us showcase the details of our rich universe and at the same time be immediately accessible.
That's really how we approached this game, with the goal to make it unique, fresh, new. We wanted to capture exciting ideas for the gorgeous, diverse environment that would belong to this awesome universe. The game focuses on intriguing characters with engaging stories and one-of-a-kind personalities, and also on their very cool styles and how they behave. That's why we made them as authentic and appealing as possible. Each character has their own art style, which gives everyone a distinctive feel.
The main challenge with Endless Dungeon was that the environment is so diverse and detailed, we needed to make sure that gameplay elements stayed clear to the players. For that, the characters and the action has to stand out. That's why we chose to give them a very special style, very colorful and dynamic.
Here, we were inspired by comics and animated movies. Action and gameplay are displayed with vibrant 2D effects that we created. For instance, when you have the heroes, enemies, and turrets in action, you can see that the important elements pop out to guide you through your exploration. Other gameplay elements are illustrated with bright, half-tone patterns.
A crucial part of exploration is how much you're able to see in each room, what to expect around the corner with a somber, mysterious atmosphere. That is a main trait from Dungeon of the Endless's visual identity and gameplay that we wanted to work with and evolve. Not an easy task.
To play with light and shadows, first we experimented with the main directional raking lightings that cast sharply defined deep shadows. However, we realized that with the generated levels, this could create areas that were too shadowy to properly see enemies and heroes. Sometimes we could hardly see anything. So, we changed our approach, added a very discrete secondary lighting that would bring a little more visibility to those dark areas. Now, we are still able to see the long shadows, but they won't be too dark as you progress through each level.
Another trait we wanted to keep from the original game is the use of lighting colors to serve the atmospheres of levels and rooms. The primary lighting uses warm colors, while the secondary lighting uses cool colors to accompany your exploration and boost the intensity while playing the game. Plus, during critical gameplay phases, everything may start blinking red, or the main lighting might even disappear. We also use half-tone patterns to emphasize the comic-inspired art style.
A true puzzle to solve was how to present the Endless universe. In Endless Dungeon, the camera angle gives players a much closer view of the environments, heroes, and action. So many questions popped into our heads. What do endless living and working spaces look like? What about endless physiology and anatomy? What was their writing like? We don't explicitly answer these questions in-game, but the environments should give the players some clues.
We've worked hard to balance gameplay and aesthetics, embrace the legacy of Dungeon of the Endless, and give it a fresh new look. We are really looking forward to letting you explore the station and uncover all of its mysteries.
All right, welcome back, guys. I really hope you enjoyed getting a first look at what the art style in Endless Dungeon is going to be like. So you'll notice that there was also some kind of exclusive gameplay footage snuck in there. So if you want to go back and check it out, that should be up on our YouTube channels tomorrow. So I'm not sure if you guys watched the PC Gaming Show yesterday, but we did have some very cool Endless Dungeon news that went out. So we did announce that players are going to be able to sign up to the Endless Dungeon Open Dev. So what is Open Dev? So for a long time, Amplitude, we have done early access. In fact, Endless Space, one of our first games, or our first game, was one of the first games to ever be in early access on Steam before it was even called early access, actually. And so since then, we've kind of realized that while there's a lot of upsides, there's a lot of downsides. Mostly, early access is a lot of feedback at once on a lot of topics. And so it can be kind of difficult for us to analyze all of those things at once and kind of have a barrage of feedback coming in constantly. So for the devs, it's kind of difficult. So what we came up with was a new format called Open Dev. And what it is it gives access to very early slices of gameplay to the players. And it allows them to kind of try them out and to fill out a feedback form and then give us their feedback on those early slices of games, and we'll put that up for like around 10 days usually. And then that way, once we close it, we're able to integrate that feedback, iterate on the build, and then present a new build, which then we can go back for another round of Open Dev and another round of feedback. So that's the Open Dev system, and we do it through our community platform, which is called Games Together. So if you go onto Games Together, you'll see that there's lots of there's fun stuff, there's free stuff. You can get Endless Space 1 for free. But in addition to that, we have votes where you can vote on what we're going to add next to the game or what a new character's name might be or what they might look like. So we have all sorts of fun community stuff. And it's also the platform that we use to facilitate Open Dev. So if you go right now to opendev.endlessdungeon.game, you can actually fill out an application to be part of the very first Open Dev for Endless Dungeon. So you'll be one of the first people who actually gets to play. It'll just ask you a little bit about, what kind of specs you have for your PC, what kind of games you like to play, because, at this early stage when the game is in a really early alpha, we like to try to have people that have a little bit more experience with games that aren't fully finished yet. Although I'm sure you guys are going to love it regardless. But yeah, and then you'll receive an email if you've been selected, and you'll be able to play through the gameplay. And at the end, you'll fill out a feedback form that has been crafted by our devs, and you'll really help us kind of shape the game and help us define what it's going to be. Because, I know that a lot of people really love Dungeon of the Endless, and it's a game that is close to people's hearts, but we wanted to really do justice to the spirit of that game with Endless Dungeon, while also having it kind of stand on its own and be its own game. The open dev is going to be on Steam, but the game itself will actually be a sim chip with consoles and Steam. So that's going to be a first for us, and we're quite excited. It's going to be multiplayer, so we have 3 players that you can play with in a squad, so it's co-op. And essentially, to place this in the Endless universe, you are stuck on a mysterious abandoned space station. And every time that you try to escape, you die. And you end up regenerating in the saloon, which is kind of the hub of the game. And so you are kind of trying to figure out why is it that every time you die, you regenerate, and what is this mystery at the center of the space station, and how can you get out? So there's various different heroes on the station, and you'll be able to build your squad out of 3 different heroes. Some people are there because they're bounty hunters, they're looking for riches. There's people who are there because they're conducting scientific experiments, all sorts of different stuff. And so you'll be able to, in the open dev, try out 3 of these heroes and visit 2 districts, 2 different environments, and these are just a few of the many that will be in the game. So it's just a small piece, and you will be able to thus go on and see how you like the core gameplay loop, pick up some different weapons, place your little turrets, because there are some elements of tower defense in the game I should have mentioned. And with all of that, you will hopefully have a good base to give us the feedback we need to help shape the game. So I think that's most of the news I have for y'all today. So you can check out, once again, opendev.endlessdungeon.game, and you will be able to sign up there and hopefully be part of the open dev. All right. Thank you, everyone. And I think next up is going to be our sister studio, 2 Point, who is also part of Sega. And we are very excited to see some exclusive 2 Point Campus gameplay. Thanks and bye.
Hey, you guys, I am back. Now, I just want to give a little applause to Benoit and Kira because they've made me actively now want to create my own avatar. That was so cool. I wish I could be you. I know there's a lot of hypercurie in the chat, so honestly, kudos to you, girl. That was freaking incredible. And I think if I heard correctly, at the Europe TwitchCon, you will be able to make your own avatar. Now, I wish I was in Europe. Unfortunately, I'm in California right now. So hopefully one day I can also create my own avatar. But it's pretty dope to be able to create your own empire. I don't know if any of y'all are aware, but I actively have my own empire called the Nidosphere. So just to see it be that immersive and being able to see like the different armies you can do and all the different things within the game, I think that's just like pretty cool, especially as far as the extension. Now, Endless Dungeon. Did y'all see the art? Did y'all actively see the art? I think that's the most exciting thing that I've seen. It looks so freaking good, dude. It looks so good. What was your chat, what was your favorite part of seeing all the new news? I think the cool part, what she was like reiterating is like they were basing a lot on comics and like graphic novels and things of that nature. And I'm actually thoroughly obsessed with comics, so to see that as an inspiration translated within the game, I think is just going to be a fun experience because I feel like it gets you really immersed, right? It makes you really dive into the game, and I think that creates an incredible user experience for one, and just a visual experience. Game is amazing. Okay, EQE, you got the right idea. Flex, art is lit. It is very lit, okay? Kier, your hair, okay, we're not talking about my hair, but if I can create an avatar for the game, I would be inspired by this. Hopefully one day I can become my own comic book character, but honestly, this was some crazy news, right? Like there's a lot of cool new updates. I'm excited to get involved. I think one of the coolest things is I like to backseat a lot, right? I'm a backseat gamer. I like seeing what other people are doing. So part of that extension is kind of, going based off some other people, especially for like, if you're a lurker or you're just a viewer, kind of can help with that gaming experience because that is me. That is 100% me, okay? Kier, your smile is lifting my soul. Thank you. Thank you. I spend more time customizing when available than actually play. Honestly, the customization is probably one of my favorite parts of gameplay, right? Because you really have to make sure you hone in on what you are as a person and make sure that translate in the game. Or, fun fact, like Kira was saying, she likes to go based upon her gameplay as opposed to who she actually is in person, which is kind of exciting because you can be this whole other character. And I don't know if you can tell right now, but I'm a character within myself, so I love that. The favorite comic book character you would be. Hopefully one day I can be a part of the game, but I think customization is probably like peak because you can just make it your own. I feel like that's what draws people in, you know? For me personally, I can spend probably hours just solely changing the hairstyle of someone or what I'm wearing or things of that nature just to be able I think that actually leads my gameplay, how my character is customized. If I'm not, let me think about that. No, 100%. 100%. That's definitely me. I love to make my character look fly and cool. But Amplitude just announced their TwitchCon competition, Your Face in-game, okay? Creators, if you are at TwitchCon, come and see us and enter the competition to get your face in-game. There will be 2 winners, one EU, and EU, I can speak, in Europe, if you just didn't know, and then 1 in the US. So make sure if you're at TwitchCon, I don't know if y'all got your tickets yet. Hopefully you did. I'm still working on it. You definitely get a part of that and make sure you hop on the ride. But we are going to toss it to a break. But before we do, I do need to let you know when we come back, the devs from 2 Point are going to be giving us their first ever tour of 2 Point campus. I know you're excited. I know you're excited about that. I saw some people chatting earlier. So don't go far and I will see you soon, you guys. guys, I'm back. Did you miss me? Honestly, I was jamming to the music from that intro. I hope you were too, and bobbing your head. This is me in the background, just bobbing my head back and forth. But what are you guys most excited for this weekend? Now, I'm gonna be biased, and I hope you're okay with that. This weekend, I got to witness the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game. Now, okay, listen. I know some people haven't seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This is your cue to play the game and do it, okay? Just order, please. It is my favorite thing. All I want to do in my life is be a Joestar. And when I walked into the event this weekend, it was freaking amazing. But now that I've convinced you, or hopefully I've convinced you, it is now to introduce the world's very first. You are the first to witness this. You are special. Please remember this on this Monday, okay? The first to witness the live stream of 2 Point Campus coming directly from the 2 Point Towers in the UK. And it looks like there's a new in-game that we can take a look at right now.
Cheeseball is the name of the game, and that game is Cheeseball. 2 Point County's favorite pastime may no longer be played with a ball or even actual cheese, but the spirit of Cheeseball is still alive, present, and accounted for. Yes, the game may have evolved in recent years to favor lighter, less edible materials, but the rules remain unchanged and delicious as ever. Competitors vie for victory by hurling yellow discs or cheese at the opponent's cheese hole. But look out! Defenders will shout, mock, and grate their way into a missed cheese. Nothing's off limits as long as you stay in your zone. The team that scores the most cheese is crowned the winner. It's perfectly simple. Will your team crumble and fumble their way to total humiliation? Or will they ripen into extra mature legends of the game and be spread on the crackers of history forever?
Hi, and welcome back. Hi. How are y'all today?
Yeah, all good. Yeah. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. This is a great Monday, honestly. Would you mind introducing yourself to the chat?
Of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Stegs, Community Manager at 2 Point Studios.
I'm Ben. I'm the Design Director at 2 Point.
There you go. That's it.
Well, thank you for that. Now, there's a lot going on, a lot to discuss today, huh?
Yeah, I mean, first ever live stream, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. Showing the game for the first time in a live stream.
I know, it's slightly scary, but also very exciting.
Just a tad. Just like a tad.
Yeah, just
everything that we do is now everyone can see it.
That's it, exactly. There's no pressure whatsoever, though.
It'll be great.
No, not at all. Honestly, this is chill. It's like we're hanging out on the couch, but virtually.
I love it. It's great.
So what's one of the most exciting things that you want the audience to know today?
Oh, well, I think the cool thing about 2 Point Campus compared to our previous game, 2 Point Hospital, is that we're giving everyone all these really interesting creative tools to build campuses in really interesting layouts and kind of experiment with running different courses and things like that. And so I think keep an eye on what we're doing, see all of the creative stuff we do with the game, think about what you could do when you've got the game in your hands.
That's it.
And keep an eye on the characters. There's lots of interesting behaviours that the characters have. Yeah, it's a really fun game to watch because there's lots of interesting stuff going on.
That's it. And we'll make sure we take you through it all. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I mean, college is a crazy time, so I'm glad that you are incorporating all the quirky characters, but I would love for you to take it away and tell the audience literally everything. Give us all the tea, and I'll hand it off to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Hello, here we go. It's just us, Ben. It's just me and
Exciting.
you.
What could go wrong?
It's just me and you. What could go wrong? It's going to be absolutely fine. Welcome, everybody, to the first ever 2 Point Campus live stream. If you've just joined us, I'm Stegs, the community manager at 2 Point Studios, and this wonderful chap next to me is Ben, our design director here as well.
Hello.
Ben, why don't you, before we jump into the game, why don't you tell us a little bit about 2 Point Campus? What is it for anyone that doesn't know?
Yeah, so 2 Point Campus, it's a simulation management game. It's all about the world of education. You're going to be building universities and colleges around our world of 2 Point County. You get to decide what courses you want to run. You get to hire the teachers and the other staff that you're going to need. You lay out your campus exactly as you want to lay it out, put down the classrooms, put down things for your students to give them a good social life as well as a good academic life.
That's it. It's not just, we're not talking about courses like English and maths, are we, Ben?
No.
You know, because they're
Definitely.
you know they're a bit.
I mean, I won't have you saying bad things about maths as a maths
Did you do
enthusiast,
maths?
But maybe I did.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, you know, this is 2 Point County, and anyone that's played our last game, 2 Point Hospital, will know that there's a bit of a twist on the normal things. We might be slightly inspired by reality to some extent, but we've put a bit of a twist on things. So you shouldn't be surprised to be running courses like Night School, where your students are dressed in plate mail armour and they're doing classes in jousting and fighting combat dummies and things like that, stomping around in their plate mail armour and, you know, going down the bar for a bit of a boogie on the dance floor, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Or gastronomy, where they're chef students just cooking these massive pies and
Do they not do that at gastronomy school in real life? Do they not make giant pizzas and pies?
I don't think they make pizzas that are quite as big as the ones in 2 Point Campus.
Okay. Well,
so, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, the trailer that everybody just saw, some people might be wondering what on earth was going on in that. I believe, Ben, that you love cheese so much that you invented a sport about cheese.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that, you know, obviously sport's quite a big part of the school experience, college experience, the university experience. And so it made sense to have a sport in the game. But I think it's fair to say I'm not up to date on the latest sports that people like to play. I don't follow the sports news.
Sure.
For want of a better way of putting it. So we just kind of had to guess. As to, we assume this is what sports are like.
I'm pretty sure it's accurate. I'm quite sure that most people will get a giant slab of cheese and throw it into the opponent's goal.
Well, exactly.
That is.
I mean, obviously here in the UK, we like to, at the weekends, go and play our various cheese-based sports.
There are many cheese-based sports in the UK.
Roll a cheese down the hill and chase after it. And you know, you can get quite badly injured doing that.
You can. It's a dangerous sport.
Yeah.
Don't try it at home.
We've tried to recreate, you know, the essence of that within the game. Cheese ball is the sport that we came up with, and obviously you see little bits of it here. It's, you know, you're lobbing these discuses of cheese, I think is the best way to put it.
I think that's a good way to put it. Well, look, why don't we, instead of talking about it, why don't we show you? We're going to be playing today the level in which you're going to be doing your cheese ball course.
Yeah,
it's going to be good. Let's jump into the game, shall we? Okay, Ben.
So should we explain that we're like at 1 year into?
I think we should.
This level.
Yeah, that's it. So Ben's kindly played through 1 year of this, just so that we can get a little bit, you know, a little bit more in depth on everything for you.
So I guess it's worth talking about the structure of the game based around the academic year. So I guess, as you would expect with a game about education, we've got this. The academic year is at the core of the game. We're currently in the summer break, and this is kind of our chilled time to decide, right, what are we going to do next? We've got a few students still around. We've got our staff still doing
we can see them around here just having a mill around.
But yeah, so you basically spend the summer break preparing for the next year. That's your opportunity to decide, right, what courses might I want to run next, or do I want to expand the courses that I'm already running? Get more students in on the courses that I'm running. You could do a bit of building, a bit of maybe extending that building.
We could do that now.
New area, that kind of thing. Oh, amazing!
Oh yeah,
straight for the bookworms.
Good reactions. Should we do a bit of building?
I think we should. Because to be honest, I know I've not filled up that one completely, but I was at the point where I felt like I needed a bit more space.
Well, see, this is the thing. If we're going to get more students, we're probably going to need some more dorm rooms.
Yes.
Right? Because the thing, your students are staying with you for the whole, for a good 3 years.
Yeah.
Right? So, they're not going to be happy if you don't have somewhere to sleep. So, yeah, maybe this is what we should do. We should get a new building going. And this is another cool topic here.
Yeah.
Being able to actually build outside.
Yeah.
You're building your very own buildings like so.
Well, this is one of the things that we wanted to do with Campus is give people a lot more creative freedom. For anyone that's played our last game, 2 Point Hospital, you had to work with the buildings that we gave you. You couldn't do any decorating outside, whereas with 2 Point Campus, we're giving you that creative control. So you really decide how you want to lay out your campus, and as a result of that, you get all these interesting things to think about, like where should I put my accommodation, like my dormitories, where should I put my student bar, where should I build the bathrooms, where should I put my classrooms, that kind of thing. And so there's just so many different ways that you could choose to lay out your campus, and you've chosen that way. Interesting.
It's a great way.
I'm not criticizing.
I was thinking of making, to save space, I'm like, look, let's just get everyone in one dorm.
Yeah.
We'll put enough beds in there.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it. It's just that people will have to share. And it's not that I'm mean, but I want to be clever about how we lay this out.
Okay, yeah.
Because a lot of the time, Ben, I spend a lot of time, building cool things outside.
Yeah.
And then I actually spend too much money and forget about everything else.
Yeah.
So I'm very often bankrupt in the game.
It's easily done.
It really is. So I'm just gonna chuck a load of beds down here.
Those beds down.
That's it.
Okay. That is.
It's a lot of
something
beds.
A bit of Full Metal Jacket about.
Well, we can change the colours of everything as well. It's like we say, creativity is a big part of the game at the moment. So
yeah, you've got your little paintbrush there.
We can change the colour of the beds here.
I'm a big fan of the purple bed covers.
I am as well, but we're not. I feel like they're more suited to, say, for example, the wizardry course.
Yes,
something like that.
The wizardry course.
The wizardry course is a good one. It's a very good one.
Yeah, well, that's it. And you've also got things like dark arts, where you can have lots of goths. That attracts lots of goth students to your campus.
That's it.
And they love that sort of stuff.
They do. They really do. It was it's based on. Fairly real life.
Yeah, it's very real.
I do think the purple bed sheets are the best ones.
Yeah.
We'll give them one desk. One.
Okay.
It is important for them to have a desk so they can do some self-study, but I think they can take it in turns. It'll be all right.
Well, that's the thing, right? They're obviously going to spend a bit of their time doing their academic work, but then they're going to spend a certain amount of time chilling out as well. So they need
You've got
one nice bed.
You've got one nice.
They're going to be like fighting over who gets the
No,
bed.
we'll do it. We'll do it like that. We'll do a couple of different ones.
I'm on board with that.
That might upset me actually. Well, let's do one like that's like
Are you going to give them any like posters or anything like
Absolutely
that?
not. No, they've got to earn them. Okay. They're all exploring the new bedroom. They're clearly happy.
Yeah,
so
this is it, right?
I think that's quite good.
Just by building that dorm, you've now got some of the students. These are students who were already part of the university. We're obviously 1 year into running this sports course, and these students have been around for the first year. But because we built a new dorm, they get to move into that, and they'll be quite happy about it. But you can see they're actually, a couple of them are saying it's a bit warm.
Oh.
Because we're in
this
part of 2 Point County is called it's Fluffborough.
It is Fluffborough. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And this is the home of Cheeseball, which we'll get into shortly, I imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also a bit warm. in this part of the county.
It's a bit warm. Okay.
So you might need to stick down
just to put a couple in
a little
there.
bit there, Colin.
All right. That one can just be a little bit warm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
It's just a hotbed.
Yeah, that'll be okay. That'll be okay. And Ben, we've not said arguably one of the most important things here.
Oh yeah.
Ben, when's 2 Point Campus coming out?
When is it coming out? Well, it's coming on the 9th of August.
That's it.
Which is not that long, really.
It's not really when you think about it.
Yeah, and it's coming to PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch.
That's it. We even have Switch digital pre-orders. This is a Twitch exclusive right here. We've not announced this yet. Going live tomorrow.
Awesome.
That's it.
Cool.
That's it. We did it. Oh, fantastic. That's it. Okay, so look, they've got a dorm room. What else do I need to do then in the summer break?
So, I mean, really, it's up to you, like exactly how much you do in the summer break. Like I say, this is your time to kind of decide next steps.
Okay.
Prepare for the next thing. You do have the game will give you a bit of information about what things you're going to need, because sometimes you're going to need more classrooms. Sometimes,
sure.
Like for example, here you see it's actually saying in the top right. You need a gym.
We do need a gym.
That's because the academic exercise course, which is the sports course that we're running. That they have a cheese ball field. Which we've had a little look at. But then they also need a gym.
All right. Well, let's build a gym.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's good because they can have classes there. But it's also a great way for students to stay healthy as well.
I see.
So if they go, if they're eating some of the maybe not so healthy snacks
like cheesy gubbins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to diss cheesy gubbins.
Okay. Because they are actually quite a healthy snack.
I mean, I'm not going to say that either. But yeah, it's a nice, cheap snack. Students, they've only got a limited amount of money to spend, so sometimes they're going to go for the gubbins.
And that's because they've given it all to you as the university administrator.
Exactly,
sure. Yeah. That's fair.
So yeah, if your students have eaten a few too many cheesy gubbins, then they might not be so healthy. And, that means that they're not going to be quite so happy. And then that might have a knock-on effect to their studies, and they might not be learning so much from the classes they go to.
Right.
So the whole thing ties together. So by building a gym, not only does that mean that they're going to be able to do gym classes as part of their course, but if you run any other courses, those students will be able to go down the gym, stay healthy.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, see, I've actually never been to the gym in my entire life, so I don't know what they look like. I'm just kind of assuming that this is kind of it. There's some weights.
You're making the assumption that I've been to a gym.
Well, clearly you researched the gym for the go because it's such a hyper-realistic university simulator. This is what I keep trying to tell people, but they don't believe me ever. So,
I mean, I'll be honest though. I think there were other people on the team.
Yeah.
Who are maybe slightly more familiar with gym and the world of sports. And exercise in general.
Well, this is fine. We'll just what we'll do is we'll put a few things in. We'll put some windows in. Gyms have windows.
Yeah, well, isn't that the whole point of going to the gym, is so that you can sort of show off through the windows? Like what I have done, I've not been to a gym, but I've walked past the gym.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people in there kind of flexing and looking really cool, and it made me feel like maybe I should go to the gym.
Yeah. I can appreciate that.
I'd go to that gym.
I think I would as well. We could do a bit of...
There you go.
First customer. Yes, brilliant. All right.
Well, you can put some Go Faster stripes.
Yeah. Do you know what I am? Let's do that, and then let's also the Darkwood sounds. Now it's a posh gym. That's it.
This guy's he's just get to hang out. He just wants people to know that he.
Who are you?
Goes to the gym.
Oh no, I clicked the wrong
gym one.
Cristiano. Yeah. No, he's always doing that. Always. Okay, so we've got the gym.
Yeah. So we've actually got enough stuff if we want to. We could start start the next year. I mean,
should we manage our courses, or are we
I
good?
think you should have a quick look in there.
Okay. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you're going to do when you finish your summer break. You want to look at your courses and manage them, see what you can do, right?
Yeah.
So what are we seeing here, Ben? What's
so
happening?
I mean, this is basically showing you what courses you're currently running. It'll give you a sense of how many students you're going to have next year, what kind of tuition fees you're bringing in, that kind of thing.
Tuition fees.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can see here, you've got 15 students applying to this course at the moment. So that means, by default, you're going to have an intake of 15 students next year.
Okay.
You can play around with the tuition fees if you so wish. But bear in mind, if you do bump them up, they might be somewhat miffed, I think is the way of putting it.
I mean, we could bump it up just like a little bit.
All right. Treat yourself.
Okay, right. So if we'll keep it at 14 students.
Okay.
That seems like a very unfair rate to give for this particular establishment. So I think we should go with that.
But
beautiful.
yeah, if we wanted to, we could start another course. I personally think we should focus in on academic exercise.
All right.
This is
we can focus in.
This particular location that we're visiting. This is all about. This is like the home of cheeseball.
Sure.
And so I think for now at least, we should focus in on this course.
All right.
We could upgrade it, get more students if we want to. But you said 14 is pretty good. So
I think 14 is good.
Let's go.
It's manageable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So should we go for it? Should we start next year?
Sure.
Oh my God, we're gonna start the year. Hit that button.
Okay.
Start next year. Here we go.
Okay. So our new intake of students, they'll show up any minute now. If you have a look around, you can probably see a few of them.
Oh, there we go.
The depths. Should we have a look? Okay, Sockless Shimmerman. That's a perfectly normal name. What are you going to call them?
I've got an idea.
So you're giving them a nickname. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right,
what I'm going to do? How about at the end of the year?
Oh yeah. Why don't you? Okay. Yeah. Let's see who does best.
See who does best.
That's a great idea.
All right.
You know what you should do is you should favourite those two students.
Oh, okay. Right. So
that little star.
The little star here.
Yeah.
Okay. Favourite that one.
Now,
oh no, I've gone to
if you
Sally
can
Dunn.
find me,
Got to find you again. Okay.
I mean, I've got a good feeling about myself.
Hold on.
So
hold on. Look, I'm going to pause. Okay. We're going to find you in a minute because I have just realised that we've started the year and we're now in a bit of a time frame, are we not?
Yeah. So when you started the year, you'll see a little timeline appeared at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
That's giving you a sense of what are the things that happen in this year. That's basically your timetable for all of your students. So you can see what kind of classes are happening. They're going to have lectures.
That's it.
You're going to have some cheeseball practice down the cheeseball field.
Advanced tactics and stinky styles of play year 2. That sounds like a class I would attend.
Fairly standard.
Okay.
And at some point they'll be using the gym as well. And the thing is, you can also put other things on this timetable. You can put on your own social events.
We
things
can.
Like that. You could maybe run student cinema or a gig or a party, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because people are going to start asking for this sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are your students, so you do need to look after them as well. You can't just kind of let them do their own thing. Otherwise, they might just drop out, right?
Absolutely.
And I've had a lot of dropouts.
Well, I can imagine. I've actually got this theory that maybe Steggs in the game is.
You think Steggs is going to drop out?
Or he might fail.
Okay, all right, fine. I'll bet you a slice of the pizza that we've got out there that he doesn't. All right.
Okay, so this is a cheeseball class, which is just practice. So this isn't a proper cheeseball match.
Just practicing.
This is them exactly. They're taking a few shots. Just basically learning the basics of cheeseball. You've got the teacher there is the referee.
Save that.
Obviously they use.
Good save.
That was a great save.
It was a really good save.
Yes. Okay. Wait. This isn't. Have you found me yet?
No, sorry, I got distracted because we were looking at cheeseball.
So I mean, at some point we should do a proper competitive cheeseball game.
Should we organise that?
I think it's worth doing it because you can decide. Oh, there I
found
am.
you.
You could have used the student list to find me. Just saying.
Well, I didn't. Okay, I mean, I must admit, I do think the outside of this needs a bit of bit of a retouch.
I was a bit bare bones when I ran my first year. I wanted to make sure I didn't spend all of my money in the first year.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, fair enough.
But we've got more students now.
They've given us the money, so
more money in.
We spend the money.
We've got tuition fees. You've also got rents from the dorms.
Oh,
so the fact that you built that extra dorm means we're probably going to be getting a bit more rent as well.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Well, let's place some trees down. This is something I like to do in the background.
Yeah.
Is just put a couple of. You can't put too many of these big ones in. I mean, you can do whatever you like. I just I just don't.
No.
Because,
but no, this is good because by keeping the campus grounds nice and attractive, that's going to help keep the students happy, and a happy student will work harder. They'll learn more, and they'll get better grades.
That's it. So
that's lovely.
As aside from making things look pretty, how else can we make sure that our students are happy?
Well, you'll occasionally see these little requests coming in. Actually, you've got this inbox here.
Aha!
And your students, the courses that you run will attract different types of students, and different types of students will want different things from your campus. So,
interesting.
Sometimes they need things for their academic studies, and sometimes they need stuff for their social life. So, for example, here
they want a dining table.
And Chance, they're obviously they've become friends, and they want to take that friendship to the next level.
Interesting. So we're talking real, your little people here are really making friendships, and they're making relationships properly here. It's
yeah, exactly. This is the thing about that time of your life where you're at high school, college, university. You are meeting your those friends for life. You're possibly meeting your soulmate, that kind of thing.
That is true. Yeah.
This and your job as the person that designs this campus, as the campus administrator, it's your job to basically build them a campus that's going to allow them to do that.
Sure. Absolutely. There you go.
So you're using the path tools there. Very good.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice tool. Actually, I think it's a really nice tool to use because there's a lot of different ways that you can use it as well. Just as a little cheeky example, at the moment we've got this the sort of squarish tool that you can use here, and you can place them down like this. Or I know we can get rid of that quite easily as well, just by doing that. Beautiful. Or we can go a step further and do some sort of lines like this,
That's lovely.
Very nice. Yeah, I like that.
And the thing is, they will actually try and follow those paths. So if you create some really elaborate wiggly path.
Or a hedge maze.
Yes.
No.
If you want your students to be late to classes, build a hedge maze that they have to go
your students in hedge mazes. We know you will, but don't. It's not nice. Okay, cool. So, I mean, why don't we
schedule
a cheeseball match? I agree. It was actually something that came up here. So the Smoggly Salamanders.
Okay.
So there are different cheeseball teams.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a few cheeseball teams from around the county. There's obviously, a lot of these cheeseball teams part of the league. They play each other regularly. I reckon December's a
good one. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
And obviously, we can set up events throughout the year as well. You could be really proactive and set up a load of events, but we'll go with the first one for now. So let's book that. And then those Smoggly Salamanders are going to come along. Yeah, you see it on your timeline. And our students are going to be getting prepared for that game, which is very exciting.
And some of the teams are better than the other teams, right? I think the Smoggly Salamanders, I don't want to do them a disservice, but I think it's fair to say that they're possibly not the greatest team in 2 Point County.
Wow, you'll be regretting that if they beat us.
Yeah, that is very likely to happen now. But let's see how that pans out.
Yeah,
oh, look,
I agree.
Student Ben Huskins finished the class. Oh, okay, he's doing all right. Don't expel him. Don't expel him. He's doing,
I don't know.
Doing well. Look, he's in the library.
At some point.
Hard.
So what? Hold on. Where's Stegs? Where's the staff list?
Is probably just asleep somewhere. I suspect.
Students, there we go. I'm going to be really annoyed if he's asleep.
There's Stegs. Oh, Stegs is actually... Stegs is...
I mean, I've got a D.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know where you are.
I'm near the top.
Oh, of course you are.
Yeah.
You've got a C.
I've got a C. I'm not trying to boast. But,
yeah.
Well, wait. Let's see how happy am I?
Well, that's how happy you are there.
Yeah. 53. Well,
yeah.
What are you? Because this is the thing, right? If different people want different things from your campus, and so. You know, if you're not giving them the things that they need,
48. I'm not happy.
Yeah,
I'm not happy.
So, you know, keep an eye on the messages you're getting in your inbox. I noticed there's a couple of people actually. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
cheese ball match.
All right, our first cheese ball match. This is official.
This is competitive.
So we have to win this.
We have to.
We have to.
Otherwise, the stream will end early.
Yeah, well, it's gone. Okay. So
they missed.
Yeah, they've missed theirs. Good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, now it's
our duty's stepping up.
It's
there
a shame
you go.
That it's not either of us that's playing, but
brilliant.
Although,
what a goal! What? That's me.
That's you
that's
just
me.
spectating.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll know where to be seen.
Weren't quite good enough to actually take part in the.
Well, neither were you. I
was down the library.
All right, so it's 1-0 at the moment still. That's good. This is going well.
Okay. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, we just need this one to go in. Go on. I think that's in.
Oh,
look at that!
Fantastic.
Look at that! The curvature on the cheese was excellent. I've heard that it's not real cheese though that they throw anymore. It used to be in the past.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's not
the origins of the sport were that they used real cheese.
It's a bit messy.
You know, you don't want to just waste good cheese.
I do agree. To be fair, I do agree. I totally understand this. I totally understand.
I mean, I like to think there's a little bit of cheese in each one. So.
Yeah. Look at them there. They're just trying to put us off. But anything goes in cheese ball, doesn't it? You know,
exactly.
you can do whatever you need to put them off.
Look at that. Look at how well we've done.
3-0. Excellent work. Good. Shake of the hands, everyone, please. Thank you.
We haven't really talked about the cheese ball kit.
Go on.
The nice hats.
Well, that's true.
And the gym jams.
Yeah, the hats and gym jams.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's not much to say about them.
Just to point it out.
Look at them.
We haven't really talked about this. They're wearing.
And why can't I have
mouse
gym
hat
jams like that?
Excellent. Okay.
Okay, so that's good. We by beating that team, the Smuggly Salamanders.
Yeah.
Look at that, amazing. Oh, well, we've earned some kudos.
Got a bit
which is great because that means
good.
we can unlock more things for our campus.
But
it also means that we can actually then challenge one of the other cheese ball teams. So
right.
This is the thing, right?
You say that, but somebody here wants some live music. So, do you do another cheese ball match, or do you do?
I think this is probably fairly important.
You think? Keep them happy.
Although we will need a stage in our student union. So
do we not have a stage in the student union?
I'm afraid I did not.
Oh, no.
I didn't. Like I say, Stegs, I was being slightly frugal.
No, that's fine. Look, I understand. Luckily, it's very easy to just edit a building here. So we can just do a little bit of this. And that is the wrong button there.
I like the fact that you're making a very interesting shape.
I don't just want a square, Ben, do I?
No.
No squares. I don't actually know if the stage will fit here.
No, to be honest, I think you might be better off using that new building that you started making.
What, and do a new one? What, here?
Well, actually,
I don't know. There's not a lot of room because of the gym now.
Yeah.
You know, we might have to. Look, let's do a bit of that. Let's see how big this stage is. Where are we? There we are.
You can find a way. You could always move the library.
We could move the library. Yeah, we should just move. Okay, so the stage is quite big.
I mean, you can move those dance.
We could totally get rid of those. I mean, they have to stay.
That was my favourite.
We're just going to pop them. Don't worry, they are going to go back in a good place. We're not going to keep them like this. Yeah. So let's.
You might need to move your romantic table
a little
as
bit
well.
of that.
Just to shove it in the corner. There.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they probably don't want to be bombarded with live music, do they? So
simple.
You know. And then what we'll do is we'll pop these here.
I like it.
Yeah. Beautiful. and then that can go.
And then just
there.
have this like
excellent
gap down to the romantic.
This barren bit here. No, I don't think we should do that. I think we should put some cheesy gubbins in. They don't have anywhere to eat, Ben. What are they eating right now?
I did put some gubbins in the corridor.
Oh, okay, so they're on a diet of cheesy gubbins and burp soda. Lovely. To be fair,
that's why you need the gym, because then they can work off those gubbins down the gym.
Sure, I get that. Yeah. Okay. Fine. All right. Let's just place a couple of things in here. Let's make sure that it's not too hot in this area.
I think
as well.
actually you might want that romantic area to be slightly warmer. Maybe. I don't know why. Oh, look, here we go.
Oh, people! There you go. Look. Who's this?
Theodore Basket.
Okay, Theodore. They're having a great time. They're having a little date at the moment.
Ruckus Phantom.
That's it. And then, Ruckus.
Adorable.
Excellent. Look at that.
I noticed that there's a few
Feeling
people that
cheesy.
want to join a club.
Oh,
Stegs.
clubs. Okay,
Yeah.
Ben, talk to us about clubs. What are you talking about?
You know, this is what you do when you're at school or college, right? You join clubs and societies, and you know that's a good way of giving your students something to do that will keep them happy. It's part of nurturing your students, is you're developing them, and shaping them academically, but socially as well. And so, by running different clubs, you know they can decide if they want to join that club. They can meet other club members. They can get together, do activities, and they'll learn new skills by joining a club. So I can see here you've opted for the speed walking.
I've gone for
club,
speed walking,
which is a favourite of mine. I mean, you've gone right in there. You've gone straight for.
You've got to have it all.
Finest speed walking.
All or nothing. That's what I say. So you've got this is a human hamster wheel.
Yeah. I mean, it's got drinkies as well.
Water,
because it's thirsty work running in a giant hamster wheel.
It is. Yeah, I agree.
So you need a little drink afterwards.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I get that.
This is good. You've already got people. There was a lot of pent up demand for some club activities, and now you've got.
So I took it away, and she was like, "What?" Okay, so they're feeling potentially a little bit better. There is.
So by joining that club, they're going to be developing this new skill, which will basically allow them to speed walk around the campus.
Right.
So they can get to their classes a bit quicker. You know, if they were running to a party or something, they can do that a bit quicker. Okay. So it's a good skill to develop.
Sure.
And we've got a few different clubs in the game, and they've each got a slightly different perk that they'll give the students, a different skill that they develop by taking part in that club. So it's a nice, extracurricular thing for them to do that allows them to develop in a different way to how their main course would, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So you're doing
just a little bit of decorating, I quite like these. These are probably my favourite items in the.
A segment about a student.
There you go, Ben. We've had a question. What's your favourite class?
Favourite class or favourite
What's your best course?
Oh, well. So, I mean, I am a big fan of the cheese ball, but I'm actually going to go with, I think, night school, night with a K, is probably my favourite course. I just love the fact that the students, they show up to your campus dressed in full plate mail armour, and they will stomp around the campus grounds, and their classes are things like jousting. And jousting's great, right? Because it's another competitive one, and I'd like to see Stegs and Ben actually doing a jousting course, maybe when they've graduated from the sports course.
Absolutely. I mean, we're actually the year has flown by. We're already in April.
Yeah.
Oh,
wowzers,
man! And I think the gig's going on, is it not? Oh no, we didn't do it.
You set up the gig?
I don't think I did.
You make it like a year-end.
I didn't do it. Let's maybe do it a year. Yeah, okay, right. We'll do that. We need an assistant.
Yeah, I was going to say you do. Don't forget about your staff.
That's it. No, I did. I completely forgot about staff.
Yeah.
I really did. So we've got some staff perks and general traits. This person moves slower than most.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to not go with them.
Yeah.
That's a janitor as
but
well.
He's also got, you can see they've got different skills and qualifications as well as their personality.
Sure, but I don't want a litterer.
No.
That drops litter.
Well, even if they're really good at managing a library.
Iron bladder, yes.
I wish I had.
Absolutely, the opposite of me. The opposite of me. Excellent. Okay, cool. So look, we can we click on here and create a new event here, and we've got a load of bands that we can choose from. And I believe that the music that you hear in game, some of it does come from these.
Absolutely.
Fictional bands.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Point Radio is what you hear in the background as you're playing the game. You'll have probably heard some of the DJs talking on 2 Point Radio, and the music. Yeah, it's the music is all linked to these different bands, and as you progress through the game, you'll gain access to those different bands. You'll be able to run those different gigs on all of your campuses.
Yeah.
I notice you've got some injured students as well.
Oh no!
This is the danger.
An injured student.
Danger of cheeseball.
What do we do
in the gym? Overstretched.
Oh, you can't be over. You've
got Theodore Basket as well.
Oh, Theodore. No. What? So what do we need to do here then? What do we do?
Well, I think we do have a medical office, but if you want to make sure that they.
I'm going to make sure. Oh no.
Ben Huskins and Ava Pye are now best friends.
Yeah. All right. I could make a best friend as well.
Look, Ben Huskins is going to the Boogie Nights. That is
is that
literally
happening?
what...
Oh, that's happening soon.
When
Theodore's going to have to wait.
There was an event called Boogie Nights that I used to go to. I'm just saying.
I've joined speed walking. So take that then. Here we go.
Okay,
everyone's eagerly anticipating the... what they call the Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights.
That's it.
Yeah.
Here they are.
Absolutely. They're obviously graduates of the night school that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. And they
too?
decided to form a band.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Exactly.
Absolutely brilliant.
Jousting wasn't
Look
for
at
them, but playing music was.
Oh, absolutely.
But so you see the students that have gone to that gig, that's going to keep them happy. It's really keeping them entertained.
Happiness is going up.
Yeah, I mean, they have all these different wants and needs, that all of the students, and so you've just got to think about, keeping them entertained, giving them food, giving them drink, dealing with any medical issues they get, that kind of thing, just, nurturing them in all these different ways.
So really, when you think of your first thought when you think of a sort of a university sim game is classes and courses, but there's so much more to it. There's the nurturing side of it, the creativity side of it. It's really quite big, right?
Yeah, well, this is it. We were quite keen for the game to not just be about the academic sides. We wanted it to be as much about the social life as it was about the academic life. And,
absolutely.
All about shaping your students and helping them develop in lots of different ways. So there's lots of things that you're going to have to think about.
Brilliant.
Like I say, you've got to...
We've already, this is the general game loop as well, aside from the summer break and stuff like that, your aim is to get 3 stars on a level, correct?
Yes.
So, you can see we've got the objectives here, which we have not done a good job of looking at. But we have done one, and one of them is actually to defeat the Hogsport Port Hogs at Cheeseball.
I suspect that we're able to do that because we beat the Smoggly Salamanders.
Interesting. But we're almost at the end.
We are nearly at the end of the year.
We don't have any real time to do it. Ben, that's the problem.
That's right. There's always next year.
There is always next year. So instead, what we can do is we can place a few nice little plant beds around just to make things look nice for the students. There we go. And the cool thing as well, this isn't the whole level, is it? We've actually got more plots over here. So when we talk about, we're sort of showing you a very small snippet, if you like, of the game. There are lots of levels here. There are lots of courses. It is, if you've been watching, going, oh, it's a sport university game. It's not. It's just a university game with a wide range of ridiculous courses.
This is the thing. You get to explore around the county. There's lots of different locations around the county that you get to visit, and with each new location that you go to, we introduce you to a new course, sometimes a couple of courses. And then that gets added to your roster of courses. And so each place that you visit, you're getting access to more and more courses and clubs. social events, rooms, all sorts of different things, and then you can choose what combinations of those courses, clubs and things to run together. So as you progress into the game, you end up with all these different permutations of courses that you could be running, and that decision will knock on to what types of students do you attract to your campus, and then all of the students have different personalities and different wants and needs. They're going to want different things on the campus. Oh, I like what you're doing there.
Thank you. I've messed that one up, but I'm not gonna fix it now. It's too late. It's too late. It's gone.
You can use the
no, too late. Too late, Ben. I mean, we have been neglecting these students a little bit. Like there's quite a lot of things.
They can be quite demanding, but that if you really want to get the best out of your students, you should pay attention to all of these things that they want.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, this makes sense. This does make sense.
I don't know which one you take. There you go. You see, you've got plenty of kudos.
That's it.
So you can unlock some of these items if you want.
There you go. Do a climbing wall there. Do have to make a bit of space there. Right, okay, let's do that. I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to maths in my head, but I did say to you that I'm not very good at maths when I insulted your university degree.
Yeah, I remember
but I'm pretty sure that we are fairly close to being with the end. We're fairly close to being with the end. There you go. Okay, that is actually the end of our segment.
Okay.
So I really hope you guys have enjoyed the first ever live stream of 2 Point Campus. Ben, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you.
And when's the game coming out?
August the 9th.
August 9th. That's it. If you would like to follow our social channels, you can follow us at 2 Point Studios on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And we'll see you there. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
On administrative bonuses. Hey guys, I'm back again. This is Kira, please. And thank you, Mark and Ben, for that introduction to 2 Point Campus. I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at that thing and I was like, this is the most therapeutic and exciting podcast and game stream. I low-key want to make my own campus now. The cheese ball got me, seriously. Petition to make cheese ball an actual sport. And does the actual type of cheese affect how you play the game? Can I play with blue cheese? Can I play with cheddar? Can I do American, Jack? I don't know. Can I make a grilled cheese sandwich? What are they giving at the stands? Can we order grilled cheese sandwiches? I don't know. I think I might be the cheerleaders. The cheerleaders for cheese ball. Do we have cheese on our jerseys? I have so many questions that I feel like the lore needs to be continued. So thank you for that. And also, I think it's pretty cool. Y'all can let me know too. Swiss is ultimate. Swiss is, I don't know, man. D-Money is, chat, what's the best type of cheese? And if you're lactose intolerant, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I think I'm down with the provolone. You know what I mean? Like if we can get a cheese ball game going with some provolone cheese, I think I might join the team. For now I'm a cheerleader or part of the dance squad, okay? But until then, I think I'm gonna stick with provolone. But I think one of the cool things they were mentioning is it's not all about the academics. American is your favorite cheese? You be making good grilled cheese sandwiches, huh, Marvelous? Gouda, that's a good one. Baby Swiss. There's a Swiss and a baby Swiss? Is there a father Swiss? Is there a mommy Swiss? I did not know that. Actually, I learned something new today. But yeah, one of the coolest parts is that it's not all about academics. I know, like, if you're in school or you're in college, it may seem like it's all about the academics, but I feel like the important part of this game is, like, there's a social aspect that's included that we need, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like college and university is like training to be an adult in real life. It's like a simulation, a real life simulation. So I think this game might be onto something. It's training us just to get to college, just to be better, okay? But I don't know. I feel like if I made this game, if I was playing it, I don't know if I would care about the academics. I think I would make it a straight chaotic party school just to see what happens to the students. Will they strive to be singers, songwriters, artists, producers, game developers, or maybe they'll do something else? I don't know. What kind of game, chat? What kind of in-game gameplay would you be? Would you be focused on academics? Would you make it a party school? Would you make it a mixture, of balance between those? Maybe you're music focused. I don't know. Maybe you're game developing focused. Maybe you're film. What if there's someone out there controlling us like that? I don't know. Maybe this is a testament to that. Who knows? But at the end of the day, hopefully they are looking out for us because I like, it seemed like they were taking care of the students while they were playing the game. So hopefully, if it is, they're taking care of us as well. You know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe they do want to add that like extra bed space. Maybe they do want to add a place for there to be concerts. I know in my school, we didn't have a lot of places for concerts. So I appreciate them adding or trying to add that little portion because it was fun. Music is important. I can't believe this is a whole game about being on campus. It's kind of crazy. I kind of wish like people who actually are at the head of these colleges could play this game just because I think it's a good learning experience. You know what I mean? I think it's something that even though it's like kind of quirky and silly, especially knighting school. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Knighting school? Sign me the freak up. I would love to have a sword and armor. Please, please. I would love that. But having all these different clubs, I feel like it's kind of crazy and cool because I can imagine that at a real school. Knighting school with a K, please. I am new to the stream. Oh yeah, of course. Hey, what's up? 6 gigabytes? Did I pronounce your name right? I'm Kiera, please. I stream sometime and I do stuff. Feel free to stick around. I'll be hosting today's The Summer Gathering while we go through a whole bunch of stuff that we're covering today. Exciting, crazy, new things, updates, and all that jazz. Hopefully you can stick around with us. Hopefully you like to stick around with us. But I appreciate you coming in and asking. That was very nice of you. Nice to meet you. If you put your hand out, I can shake your hand. But are there any classes that y'all would, not classes, no, I'm gonna stay away from classes. Any clubs that y'all would like to see or add in your campus? It could be the craziest thing, whether it's like, just like a volleyball club, or it could be like a sticker club. Y'all just make stickers, a coloring book club. I would love to go to charm school. Yes, yes. I hope I'm gonna pronounce your name right. Fumure? That was wrong. I'm so sorry. You are on to something. Charmed school. Keep up the good old work. That's funny, Burrito. That's a good one. That's a good. How long did it take for you to come up with that one? That's a good one. For the cheese ball joke, that's I commend you. I'm not that punny. So for you to come on here and just whip it real quick, that's amazing. Come on, guys, anime club. Oh my gosh, yes, yes. Anime club, but what would we do in anime club? Are we making our own animes? Are we learning about the history? Are we just watching anime? Because at that point, it's just a watch club. I'm gonna go ahead and start a wizard school, y'all. Okay, you better be careful because, you know, there's dark wizards too. How are you gonna keep them in control? You gotta make sure when you're on campus, you give them a lot to do and have other activities. It can't be all about the wizardry. They have to have some extracurricular activities like cheese ball. Kira is generating a lot of cheddar with chat. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. What's wrong with cheddar? Did you see the cheese gameplay? Did you see cheese ball? They had the mask and everything. I'm sorry, I was like pretty much locked to my screen watching that because I couldn't believe it. I was like, and they had like the little rackets with the, I don't know what it's called. Can you tell I never go in the kitchen? It's like the shredder thing where you shred the cheese. That was impeccable. That was incredible. Cheddar, like chatter. Okay, C47 man, I'm giving you your credit right now. right now. Here you go. Thank you. But no, that game was kind of incredible. I was like, what? I kind of want to play this in real life. I know physically you might not be able to do that, but I would try. You know? I would attempt. I feel like I hope if I play this game and when I play this game, not if, when I don't, lead the students down a strange path. But even though I'm kind of hoping they go onto a crazy journey within college, because that'd be honestly, that would be my life's mission, just to make a college so they can go on the wildest journeys. I would put the craziest of plants in weirdest places, right? I would, if possible, to change where you play cheese ball to somewhere else very obscure, I would do it. I would put the beds outside just to have an outdoor experience. It's like camping, if possible. By the way, first time meeting you and loving your whole look today. Ah, thank you. You know, had to fit the vibe. The summer gathering has been such an uplifting and exciting and just all around, it's cliche, but positive vibes. And I'm not kidding. I'm not lying to you. It's been all around positive vibes. I've met Cup of Noodle, Bruce, Chelsea Bites in real life. Mind you, I've been lurking in their streams. So to be in person and be around all this amazing energy, talking to so many different devs and playing all these different types of new games, it's my first time. And I can tell you, it's very fun. It is very fun, which is why I can't stop smiling and you keep seeing this the entire time, okay? What are you talking about, you guys? Well, we're talking about the summer. We're talking about how I know how to use my words. We're talking about the summer gathering. And we just witnessed 2 Point Campus, which is pretty much a game where you get to have your own simulation of a campus or university. So you get to pick the classes, look up on the students. It's really checking in on your students and seeing if they're passing the class. We're also just talking about generally how the summer gathering has been. Just tuned in, what am I watching? Well, you missed it. I was just telling you, Oblitergate. What inspired you to create that name? That's a cool name. It's a pretty cool name. But are there any things y'all are excited about throughout this whole weekend, whether it's something that we already showcased or something you're just looking forward to see today? What's the tea? What's the deal? What are y'all excited about? I can say I'm personally excited about all the indie games. I know I mentioned it earlier, but time flies. I like it a lot. There was a game that I played a few days ago called Birth, and it was crazy. The artwork was amazing, and I met the creator of the actual game, and she did all the artwork herself. There was another game I played called Shim, where you play as, like, I don't know if it's a frog or a blob, but you kind of travel within the shadows of people. So you have to be very strategic on how you move. There's so many things coming out. I mean, Street Fighter 6, that's just a classic. Just all around classic. Time flies. See? Lisbon knows what I'm talking about. Lisbon knows what I'm talking about. Justice for the Fly. Fly Timmy. I have now renamed him to Timmy. So everyone, if you see Time Flies, that fly that you're playing is now, I'm just calling him Timmy. For the heck of it. That's what I want to do, okay? Okay, Kira, you may not remember, but oh my God, folklore. Well, speaking of college, we have someone that actually went to my college. Hey, Folklore, and thank you so much. I dig indie games, but I'm mainly here for the Capcom Showcase. Ooh, that's gonna be exciting. I am not gonna ruin it for you and tell you everything that you should expect, but you definitely are going to probably have your heart pounding and explode out of your chest because it is pretty cool. But yeah, I love the indie games too. It's really cool to kind of see these independent developers showcase their games upon the world. Again, like I was talking to the girl from Birth who created the game Birth, which is pretty cool. It's insane artwork. You pretty much playing, okay, this is gonna speak to a lot of you people. You play as a lonely person in the big city. And what you have to do is go through like these different kind of puzzles and things to create your own new friend. Now, raise your hand if you can relate. living by yourself or living lonely in the world, and you try to find a new friend. I cannot wait for that one to come out. It's going to be it's really good. I think it comes out towards the end of August, so towards the end of the summer. But Capcom, I don't want to spoil it. It's gonna be fun. But what's been the craziest thing y'all have heard so far? Any surprising news that you weren't expecting? I'ma just code a friend. Exactly. That's a great time. You can just code a friend. Arc 2 is about ooh. Keep it coming. What's other things? Okay. I'm not crying, you're crying? No, I'm crying with you. We can cry together. But up next, you guys, we are sharing the Guerrilla Collective 3.5. And after that, we'll be talking to the devs of Ark Survival. I know some of y'all were mentioning it, so don't go far, and I'll see you guys soon.
O-M to the G. We are back with the Guerrilla Collective 3-Point Fizzive. If you were here for Black Voice in Gaming or Guerrilla Collective 3, thanks for tuning in, supporting the devs and the squad, and welcome back. I'm your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, and I am with my good and friend and partner from Wilmer Sound, who hasn't been around, Alex Wilmer.
Yes, it is great to be with you, my good and friend.
Give me the high fives. We're going to be making some magic pop off and happen. A bit of history about the Guerrilla Collective. This is the third year of the Guerrilla Collective, and it was organized by The Mix and other publishing partners and friends during the mask flopping, booster shot stabbing shutdown of 2020 to support the game development culture from the vultures and put something together since we can no longer give each other hugs at events. Oh my God. I love the love. You know what I mean? We are developers and enthusiasts supporting other folks in this space and are honored to be here again. Before we get started, we have to give a huge shout out to our illustrious sponsors, PlayStation, Razer, Astro Gaming, Tencent, as well as our fellow devs and publishers. You see them up here. They're here. All their glory. Amazing. Also, salute to the developers who participated in the showcase. They have all contributed their time, blood, sweat, and tears, and resources to make this thing possible. We are just messengers showcasing awesome content. So shout out to our broadcasting partners who are helping us with this content and supporting the showcase. Twitch, Steam, IGN, and of course GameSpot. You guys are amazing.
Yes, and the love continues, so be sure to check out the Guerrilla Collective event page on Steam, where you can learn more about the games, buy the games that are available now, and add the games that are not available to your wish lists. That's really important. That helps out the developers. So
definitely add those games to the wish lists and buy them on all the platforms possible. Switch, Steam.
Make sure to get them on every platform.
Yeah, all of them. You know,
that would really help out the developers. That'd be very friendly.
We are coming at you with a barrage of dope indie titles first, starting with some interesting GC picks, and we'll end our showcase with a glimpse of some titles coming from Japan with a spotlight from our friends at Bit Summit.
Yes.
Let's go. Blind.
Hi, I'm Marco.
And I'm Roman.
At Ironlands, we are big fans of cyberpunk fiction and games, but we have our own ideas of what a cyberpunk world can be. We're making a bright, vibrant world where you live your cyberpunk slice of life. Run your business, meet new people, make friends and enemies. This is a game in which you manage your restaurant, bar or nightclub, take care of your staff, make deals, farm, and experience the stories of the people you meet.
Or maybe you just want to take the day off and go fishing at the docks instead. Nivalis primarily uses voxel art for the environments. We spend lots of time creating a unique atmosphere with high levels of detail and dynamic elements. But although we're filling the world with interesting things to see and do, we're even more excited by your creativity. You'll customize your apartment, your restaurants, bars and nightclubs, and make choices that will change the lives of the people around you.
There's something very emotional about a cyberpunk setting, with its dystopian but yet very colorful and inviting world.
I think the most engaging thing to me personally about Nivalis is that it's a world that never stops or sleeps. There is always something happening around you. The world is filled with dozens of details that make it feel alive and real.
We can't wait to see the choices you'll make and how you'll choose to live your life when you come visit us in Nivalis.
Hey boss, time to wake up. We got customers waiting. What do you mean you don't know where to start? Let's clean this place up, move some chairs and tables around. We can make this place shine again. If the weather gets bad, we can grow some veg in the greenhouse. Once we start making real money, well, then you can rent that fancy new apartment in Midtown. So make friends, make enemies. If customers are rude, just turn on the old charm. Or water down their drinks. I'm not your conscience. This is a world to explore, to make stories. Your stories. You ever look up at the clouds and wonder what's up there? Well, if you dream big enough, maybe you'll find out. Maybe we all will. Welcome to Nivalis.
We are very happy to share with you our upcoming adventure game, Lost in Play. We wanted to create a game that will recapture the spirit of play from our childhood and look and feel like you are playing a cartoon. Lost in Play is a feel-good adventure. Play as Toto and Gal to explore dreamscapes and befriend magical creatures. On this journey, they tackle difficult situations that only together they can get out of, using their wits and courage. We created over 30 different unique and challenging minigames. We wanted to create an evolution of the classic point-and-click adventure games we used to play when we were kids, by making the gameplay much more fluid and natural for modern-day consoles. Making the game feel at home both with the gamepad as well as with a mouse. Having young kids of our own, we aim to create a game you can play with your entire family, where adults and children can enjoy playing together.
Alon silon, Fluri oimak.
Fluri oimak. Fluri oichak.
We chose to have all the dialogues in gibberish in order to concentrate on visual storytelling. And because it's fun. Allow yourself to get lost in your imagination. Allow yourself to get lost in play. Lost in Play will be available for Nintendo Switch and PC this summer.
Welcome to the internet world of Glitchbusters. The world of Glitchbusters is currently under attack by mysterious viruses known as glitches. Together with your friends, you will play Glitchbusters in a 4-player, co-op, third-person shooter action game. Your goal is to defeat viruses and glitches, including trolls like you can see here, on your way to discover the secret behind the virus outbreak and the glitches themselves. During your adventures, sometimes you'll run into certain objects that are out of your reach. In cases like these, you'll want to take advantage of the magnetic co-op system that defines Glitchbusters. You can stack on top of your allies and reach high locations. By stacking on top of each other here, we can find the switch that allows us to move forward. As you move through Glitchbusters, you'll need to think about creative ways to defeat large groups of villains at once. Take advantage of your surroundings. Work together for the best results. Use the magnetic qual system to climb on top of walls, pipes, as well as to climb on top of your allies. Once you reach a high location, not only can you shoot the enemy, you can also drop down on them in order to destroy them. Here, we see the UFO elevator. Use this to reach high locations to find the path forward. Sometimes, even when you intend to cooperate together, you can get into each other's way. You'll also find other AI as you move through the world of Glitchbusters. You'll have other game modes, including this side-scrolling mode here. You'll need to be careful that your allies aren't trying to keep you from collecting the most likes while being sure to dodge obstacles as they come towards you. As you run into other Creetubers, listen to what they have to say. They may give you important hints to help you discover exactly what is occurring in the city and elsewhere, causing this viral outbreak. Most of the living creatures within the world of Glitchbusters are based on emoji. You as the player will also have the opportunity to customize your character with different emoji faces. Our main goal is to have a game that has players talking amongst themselves and bringing back the feeling of couch co-op that defined many of our childhoods. As a member of the rescue squad, one of your jobs is to collect as many likes as you can. The player who collects the most likes will have the best chance at becoming the MVP at the end of the level. Of course, if you want to keep all the likes to yourself, you can also play this game entirely solo or with only 2 or 3 people. Glitchbusters will feature 4-player split screen and local multiplayer as well, so you don't necessarily have to be on the internet to play. Sometimes you'll need to use these special USB keys in order to proceed through the level. Glitchbusters may be a cooperative action game, but every once in a while, it may be in your best interest, or you may simply just be in the mood to throw your allies under the bus. Once you've freed up Cloudy, the manager of the servers here, that will be the end of the stage, and you'll be able to proceed to the next one. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to pick up Glitchbusters later on this year.
Let's try that again.
Nivalis is oozing with that cyberpunk style.
It looks so clean, the lighting, and the 3D graphs, dope. The block is looking real fresh and crispy too. We're gonna take a little bit of an intermission because we have an announcement to make. The team at The Mix is celebrating our 10th year anniversary, and it has been quite a ride. Putting together showcase broadcasts like this one and in-person events all over the world has been incredible. When I helped to start The Mix, I was a budding developer and entrepreneur, grinding alongside my indie friends, looking to get our teams just a little bit of shine and recognition. Our mission from day one was to blow up amazing indie titles and have the talented folks behind them get some love. We have had the honor of working with some of the best teams, publishers, and partners in the business and are proud to keep that tradition going and flowing through our evolving vision. With this in mind, we are proud to announce The Mix Games, where we will be further partnering with developers and our publishing friends to develop, publish, and create inclusive opportunities for developers to grow. We will rock this out by delivering full multi-platform experiences through development, financial support, manufacturing, distribution, and marketing help. This is an exciting opportunity we will be teasing now, and we'll have more info later. Let's get back to the show.
Up next, our second stack of games, where we'll be sharing an up-and-coming title from the Humble Games family, and get foxy with an update from a slick animal-based adventure on its release horizon.
Let's roll.
In Lords of Ravage, combat is at the heart of the game. You'll have to face powerful champions from different rounds. Don't expect to defeat them in a single fight. There are a lot of ways to approach the combat. You can try to create a carry for your squad, sacrificing other units to do so. You can focus on damage over time. You can use global abilities called edicts. You can weaken enemies and send your powerful leader to finish them. Or you could come up with more creative combinations, utilizing the mechanics of individual skills. Each of your units has its role, be it support, tank, or damage dealer. But the way in which it fulfills its role is also important. Different tanks, for example, can control damage in different ways. Some can reduce the damage an enemy does, while others can resurrect during battle, making any health bonus more potent. You can make any combination that fits your playstyle, and become one of the Lords of Ravage.
I'm Eli, the developer of Wanderlost, and today we're going to be taking a quick look at some gameplay. Wanderlust is a survival RPG set in an unusually cheerful post-apocalypse. So you can see here I'm putting the final touches on my base. I'm using a stone floor because wood can actually catch on fire, and if I want to place a fire pit down so that I can cook inside my base, stone is going to keep me pretty safe. I'm going to place a window here as well so that I can keep an eye on any zombies going by, especially once I get a roof put in. That'll keep me a little bit safer. Roofs are what keep the weather off your back, so that can be important. My hunger meter's not doing that great, and I don't have much food stored, so I am going to go and place a couple traps down. There are a lot of different ways to get food in Wanderlust. Placing small traps to catch game like rabbits and squirrels can be really effective if you have the time to wait for them. Another really good way to get food is to go fishing. If you've got the supplies, and I do have the supplies, I actually keep a separate bag containing my fishing supplies, which you saw me switch there. I can just toss a new backpack on in order to switch between different loadouts. So now I've got my fishing backpack on, and you can see those bubbles are where any fish are. That was actually a big part of why I built this base where I did, because it had easy access to a good fishing location nearby. Casting into the deep water, because that's where the larger fish are found. Took me a couple casts, but I did get a good spot with the fish, and we have caught a mackerel. So now that I have the fish, I do need to cook it. I also need to debone the fish. So cooking and fire making in Wanderlust is important for a variety of reasons. Fires are going to keep you warm. Weather is a significant challenge in the game, depending on which biome you build in. And I actually built in the boreal forest biome, which is an especially cold one. So you can see I'm starting a fire right now using a lighter. A lighter is actually one of the easiest tools. They're kind of rare, but you can find them from zombies and in loot. Fire makers don't last forever, so if you have one, it will run out. But you can always craft more. There are primitive tools like hand drills and bow drills. Now I'm just going to cook this fish up. Once I eat this, that's going to improve my health regeneration, and it's going to give me a health boost that lasts for maybe about an hour or so in game. And with hunger taken care of, we can focus on other things, like expanding our base, exploring some of the abandoned towns and fighting the zombies that reside there, leveling up, and even completing quests for our friends over in Halcyon. Thanks for joining me to take a look at Wanderlust.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Guess we're taking the ghost out of Ghost Town, huh, kid?
I've always wanted to visit New Orleans, but not like this.
Nice one! That's not my home. That's my hell.
Awesome! 관계를 치다!
A minor chord, just for you.
Get ready for the new and awesome edition of Kung Fury Street Rage, a day at the beach. What could possibly be more epic than a true hero? Another hero! Double Trouble. Enjoy the breathtaking multiplayer as Player 2 joins the fight. Yeah, 2! Because teamwork makes the dream work. Play as Hasselhoff. The world's most iconic lifeguard steps in with his singing prowess and... oh, that's some nice chest hair, sir. More action. More awesome. This game just has more. Choose your stage. Punch Nazis in the sewers, on the beach, in the Viking Age. Hell, punch Nazis everywhere, all the time. Kung Fury Street Rage. Soon available on a platform near you.
Rated M for mature.
Wow. Shout out to Humble Games for Coral Island. That is an exquisite game.
Looks so good. Chef's kisses all around for sure. Shout out to Neon Doctor for holding it down. Make sure to wishlist all of those games, of course, and pick up My Lovely Wife when it is ready and available. For our last segment, we are going to blast through some more games, starting with an update from a deductive wizard simulator, check out some new takes on the strategy genre, and then catch up with games from our friends at Bit Summit with their anticipated GC 3.5 indie picks.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Hello there, and welcome to Evil. As your mayor, let me be the first to say, this is a safe place to...
Another mayor dead. They don't last very long around here. This used to be a quiet, peaceful place. Times have changed. These days, no one is safe, not even in their own homes. And the conspirators are to blame. They lurk in the shadows and strike when nobody's watching. However, all hope is not lost. Each one of you possesses remarkable skills that will aid in your quest for justice. Special abilities that not only help you uncover the conspirators, but also prove your innocence. You will have to trap, spy, and even kill to help ensure your survival. For some of you, won't be so lucky. Fear not, because even in the afterlife, you can aid your fellow villagers. You must work together and find the conspirators hiding in plain sight. With the information you've gathered, cast your vote to eliminate the wreakers of havoc and restore order to evil. That's unless you're one of them.
Greetings, Your Majesty, and welcome to the unforgiving world of orcs. In Orcs, your primary goal is to protect your kingdom against the hordes of ruthless orcses. If your main castle falls, it means the kingdom is lost. If you manage to defeat every wave of orcs, it means you live to fight another day. You'll have some troops of your own, but you can't rely on them to defeat the orcs. You will always be outnumbered. So the only reliable way to get rid of them is to build some more castles. To build something, you need to pick a card from your hand and place it on a map. Be strategic about it. You should always consider from which direction the orcs are planning to attack this time. A castle consists of several parts, so you would need more than one card to complete it. Build it as large as you want. A finished castle can be upgraded with rooms, additional towers, and special buildings to make it shoot faster, deal more damage, or even get a new type of attack. The more castles you have, the more chances for you to repel the next wave of enemies. There are some mysterious structures on the map. Those are the vaults. If you complete its quest, it may reward you with some new cards you can add to your deck. Deck building is an essential part of orcs. You'll get the chance to upgrade certain cards, slowly creating a perfect deck that will suit your playstyle. 2 campaigns won't ever feel the same, thanks to the roguelike nature of the game. If you fail, you can always try again, but this time with new cards in the starting deck. Or you can try out one of the other factions, each with a unique playstyle. So good luck to you, Your Majesty! I would wish you a long reign, but let's keep it real. I can already hear the orcs approaching!
Hey there! My name is Thomas Waterzooi and I'm the developer of Please Touch the Artwork. What would happen if you did touch the artwork? That's the question I wanted to explore in this game. This resulted in 3 unique narrative puzzle experiences, all inspired by art movement, the style, and more specifically paintings from Piet Mondrian. Make no mistake thinking this is a serious game that explains every detail of the art of Mondrian. It's more about the enjoyment of the visuals, the music, and the stories behind the paintings, together with a little bit of cozy puzzling. It uses modern art to tell modern stories, both anecdotal, fictitious, and autobiographical, both quirky, light-hearted, and bittersweet.
Game number 1
tells you about the creation of abstract art using a story inspired on the Genesis story from the Bible. Instead of creating the earth, we'll be creating the canvas and primary color. You'll have to add colors and lines to the canvas to reproduce the painting on the left. Let me quickly fast forward so you can see some more of the levels. By the way, all content is procedurally generated.
Game number 2
tells the story of Boogie and Woogie, 2 squares who just want to be together. But a rapidly growing world is making this harder and harder. You'll have to help Woogie reach Boogie by figuring out how the obstacles influence Woogie's path. It's actually a modern Romeo and Juliet adaptation that addresses racial inequality. You choose an entrance and Woogie automatically moves forward. The color blocks will then change Woogie's direction.
Game number 3
It's a visual poem about moving to the big city, full of excitement and high hopes, only to be overwhelmed with mixed emotions, from joy and excitement to feeling homesick and missing your friends and family. Please Touch the Artwork is all about relaxing. There's no time pressure, no skills required, you can play in short sessions. The game doesn't punish you, but engages you to try out stuff to progress, by trial and error, which is a metaphor for the creative process. The game won Best Art at Tokyo Game Show, Most Impact at Brazilian Indie Developer Game Conference, and was featured by Eurogamer and news outlet The Guardian in the top 20 games from 2022 so far. It's also nominated as a finalist for the Apple Design Awards. So I'm very grateful for that, and I hope it might convince some of you to buy and play it. Oh yes indeed, it's already available now on Steam, Apple App Store and Google Play, and it will be released on Switch early this summer. And a little exclusive secret, it will be coming to VR as
We're back. Much gratitude to John Davis and the Bit Summit team for sharing their picks for GC3.
Yes, I cannot wait to go back to Bit Summit.
I can't wait to go back to Kyoto. It's been too long. That concludes the Guerrilla Collective 3.5. Thanks once again to our sponsors and broadcasting partners for their support. PlayStation, Razer, Astro Gaming, and Tencent. Thank you also so much, Twitch, GameSpot, Valve, and IGN for hosting the stream.
Yeah, and be sure to check out the Guerrilla Collective event page on Steam, where you can learn more about these games, buy the games that are available now, or add the games that are not available to your wish lists.
Yes, definitely do that. Thanks to the scrappy and illustrious mix team, Media One, and of course, Wilmer Sound, my amazing co-host. Thank you so much. It's been so long.
It has. Thank you, Justin.
Yes. And where can we find you and the team?
Yes, you can find us on Instagram at Wilmer Sound or on Twitter at Real Wilmer Sound.
Definitely check out Wilmer Sound. Also, once again, my name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix. You can follow Guerrilla Collective on Twitter at Guerrilla Collect, everywhere else at Guerrilla Collective, and The Mix on Twitter at Indie Exchange and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange. Thank you so much for joining us. This concludes Guerrilla Collective 3.5 and 3. We will see you really soon. Peace.
Hey everybody, I'm sorry, every time I hear that intro song, I just jam out. It is your host, Kiera, please again, and I see y'all in the chat. I know y'all are antsy, okay? We will get to the cool things, but we just saw some amazing games from the Guerrilla Collective. I personally was writing down all the ones I liked. Now, Coral Island, I don't know if y'all remember that one, but it was so wholesome, it was so cute, and Wanderlust, I've never seen a post-apocalyptic world looks so cute. And can we please talk about my lovely wife? Jake's wife died. That's my type of game. All types of kind of creepy, gory things. That's that is for me. And one thing that I was actually pretty intrigued about was like the section with the please don't touch the art, where they took high and modern art and made it into gameplay. Now, I don't know about you, but that's something cozy that I would love to do. But now, since y'all have been waiting, we got the devs from Ark Survival Evolved, the action adventure game where you get to do what it takes to survive. Here we have the devs from Studio Wildcard, Jordan and Cedric.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Hello, hello.
Hi, you guys. We've been anticipating you.
Happy to be here. Have they been nice in the chat? Hopefully they have been.
They've been nice. They've been nice. They were very excited. Okay. Would you mind introducing yourselves to the chat so, you know, they can get all the tea?
Sure. I'm Jordan. I'm a producer here at Grove Street Games. We're working on Ark, the Ultimate Survivor Edition for Nintendo Switch right now. And hi. I am Cedric. I'm the lead community manager for Survive the Ark, Studio Wildcard, and I love dinosaurs.
I love that for you. Do you have a favorite dinosaur?
Oh man, I think the community knows the Spino is probably my favorite dinosaur.
Okay. Well, before we get into the meat and bones, I would love to see some of the gameplay first, and then I have tons of questions to ask you both.
Let's get right into it. So right here you're seeing Scorched Earth, the expansion map, running on Switch for the first time ever. We just filmed this gameplay footage a few days ago, and yeah, we're really proud of the results so far. We're going to get into building right here in a second, and you can see right away the Adobe structures. Cedric, I think you've got some experience with Adobe there. Yeah, I think everybody, or maybe not everybody knows, but a lot of people know Adobe might be my favorite structure set, and it's probably because I created the first Adobe set for Ark. So it's I have a little bit of pride in this material. I think it really showcases some of the work that's been done by the Grove Street team. You can see the fidelity of the textures on this. It looks a lot better than my Adobe set, I must admit, but you know, this is definitely my favorite set. And right here is our playtester here is placing some structures. You can see the new virtual cursor that we've put in the menus. So this is kind of like a magnetized mouse. So it's giving players on consoles the same freedom that a PC player would have with a mouse. But this makes navigating the menus much easier. You'll see that the mouse will kind of snap to your selections a little bit. And yeah, our testers here in the office have just been having a ball with the virtual cursor lately. And yeah, we really. And I think this is honestly huge because, you know, a lot of the community feedback that we received on Switch had to do with things like this. It had to do with things like graphic fidelity, usability, quality of life improvements, and a lot of these things that are being added right now and we're seeing right now are things that the community was very passionate about. So it's cool to see Grove Street take that under their wing and really address these things. And that's exactly what we're trying to tackle. I mean, you look right here, you can see some of the lighting work we've done. If you take a look at those shadows on the ground, you can see how it's all really coming together. Every single criticism that people had of the original Switch port, we are addressing and making better. And we can see so here we've pile of dinosaurs here. What's your favorite, Jordan? I mean, I'm personally a big fan of the Wyvern right there. You can't go wrong when you're talking about Scorched Earth dealing with the Wyverns. We'll get a lovely look at its face right here. Yeah, there we go. In the textures, it's funny because I was a part of the original rollout for the Nintendo Switch, and I remember showcasing this to press, to media, and they really could not believe that we got the entire game on the Switch. I mean, they were literally spot checking the engrams, and they were checking to make sure that everything they thought was in Ark was in there. So it's really cool to see that not only did we get the entire game on there, but Grove Street is taking it to the next level, and they're improving the experience for our community. Yeah, I mean, that's one area that we really specialize in. If you look at our history of what we've worked on, and even just looking back to Arc Mobile, we're very, we like to take on technical challenges. And with Arc Mobile, we took what was once a 70 plus gigabyte game and got that down to 2 gigabytes on mobile phones and optimized it to run great. And it's the same kind of thing that we're doing here, working from the original Arc code base to bring this to Switch.
I mean, having seen having played and experienced the original Arc on Switch, it's kind of hard to believe just looking at this that this is actually Switch footage. I'm speaking personally.
This is crazy.
When I see this and knowing what Arc was on Switch, it's just amazing what we're looking at.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been a lot of hard work, and we're not done yet. This is still in development, so it's only going to keep getting better. Right here, we're doing a little fly around on the Lamantria. This is a good opportunity to check out some of the work we've done on LODs. So that for some people who aren't familiar with that term, that's essentially like the different levels of graphical fidelity you'll get on something like foliage or rocks as you get closer to it. And right here you can see some of the performance with all of the effects on screen and engaging in battle, and the game's just handling it super great.
Wow. Yeah, this is insane. Oh my goodness. I really can't believe this is on Switch.
Yeah, and it's the entire expansion of Scorched Earth. A lot of players that are on Switch right now may not have experienced Scorched Earth, so they're going to get to experience this, when this launches. And I think it's such a great showcase for everything the team has done here because it's such a beautiful map, and it's a challenging map as well. So I think people are going to have a fun time jumping in and getting involved in this.
Yeah, I really appreciate. Oh, my mistake. I really appreciate y'all taking the community's feedback into account. And I know you both touched on it briefly, but could you tell us more in depth about some of the bug fixes that y'all have been doing?
Sure. So just to hit every point, we're talking better resolution in docked and handheld mode, better frame rate, much better loading times, better lighting across the board. We've even got light shafts working for those of you who are into the nitty gritty of all the Arc lighting details.
Really?
We've got better shadows, textures across the board, LODs, as I mentioned. I mean, we're just hitting every nail on the head.
I just wanted to point out, sorry to interrupt, I did see a wyvern. I think that's important for a lot of Arc players. I know that a lot of Arc players love wyverns, so I didn't want to interrupt, but I did just want to point out that for a brief second we saw a wyvern in the corner. And
there we go. There's our wyvern right there.
I'm sure this is going to be, a big point for the community. They love their wyverns, and being able to see this on Switch, seeing it fly around like this, yeah, it's amazing. I'm excited. I'm excited to get this in the hands of the community, honestly.
Are there any Switch control improvements that we can be looking out for?
Yes, that's one area that we're focusing on. We were careful. We don't want to make really any changes to the actual design of the game. We are just trying to bring the Arc PC experience to Switch. But when it comes to controls, we've done a bit of refinement, all things with just quality of life and ease of use in mind. So the virtual cursor is a big one that I mentioned, but also right here on the screen, you can see that we've reduced the hotbar down to 8 slots. To make navigation when you're using the actual controls a lot better and a lot more fluid. We've done a few other changes to the control scheme, which some eagle-eyed users may notice if they want to pay attention to our testers' hands here, but we'll release all those details a little closer to launch. And then UI as well. A lot of our current Switch players will probably be happy to point out that some of the text is a bit hard to read, especially when you're in handheld mode, and we're addressing all of that.
Was the public feedback one of the main inspirations to evolve the game as far as these updates and these new features?
Yeah, for sure. It was certainly some of that initial public reaction to the original base game that caused Wildcard to approach us and ask us to take another shot at this and really give players what they deserve. That's why we're bringing all of the expansion maps to Switch. So by the time we're done, which will be midway through 2023 right now, this will have parity with PC and PS4 and Xbox and Stadia.
Okay, exciting. I do have to... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't explain how happy this makes me as the community manager. Because for a long time, I would see a lot of these, things coming from the community, people expressing their concerns, asking me for updates, asking me where it's going. And, there's a lot of things behind the scenes that I can't always comment on. And this was one of those things. The team was behind the scenes thinking about ways that we could improve this, bring the best product for the community, and I couldn't really speak on it, so it was really hard for me to be quiet that amount of time. So now that this is out, now that they're getting to see this, I'm really excited because I can talk about the good things that are coming. Like you said, all of the expansion maps, that's going to be huge. Community maps, that's also a really big thing for Switch. So there's a lot of things that's coming that people are going to be really excited for.
I have to ask, how much will this cost?
Well, I don't believe we have final pricing for the Survivor Edition yet, but I can say that the base game is a free upgrade to everyone who already owns Ark. And even for that matter, anyone who buys it now before release date. So all of these improvements that we're showing on the Scorched Earth map here, these also apply to the island in the base game. And all the players are going to get that upgrade for absolutely free. All of their save progress is going to carry forward. Nobody has to worry about missing out on saves that they've already started.
That's big.
That's great. Yeah, that's crazy.
The fact that you already own the game and you're essentially going to get you're going to get shot into the future with these new graphics and all it's pretty big. That we're not leaving the people that supported us out. If you bought the game and you supported us on Switch to begin with, we're also going to be backing you up and giving you this upgrade. Along with some other things that are going to be on the Switch version. The big thing that, I'm excited to tell the community is that David Tennant and Maddie Madden are going to be doing the voiceover for all the dossiers, all the Explorer notes. Currently in game, for those that don't know, they're currently just graphics that people can read and they get shared across social media. But now they're actually going to have voiceover to support those. And I don't know if you've heard the voice acting of these two legends. It gives me chills being able to hear some of this stuff. So I'm just really excited about that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And on that note, another great thing we've got coming is our Explorers mode, which is essentially a separate version of the game just for kids. And this will be included in the base game for absolutely free. So this is another thing that owners of that base game can look forward to getting. And so essentially what we've done is made a separate, smaller version of the island that is got all the violence and all the complex RPG mechanics stripped out, and it's suitable just for young kids to play. They get to go around and discover different dinosaurs. They're going to learn actual real-world facts about them when they unlock these dinos. And we've got the whole mode being voiced by Maddie Madden as HLNA as well.
That's just insane. I know.
Really is.
I was gonna say to piggyback on you, just having like very good and like iconic voice actors within the game just makes that experience much more immersive and really makes you feel like you're a part of the journey, beyond just playing, but just like audibly as well. So like kudos to you. That's incredible. I did want to ask you guys, what is the release schedule looking like? I'm sure the audience wants to know.
Yeah, so we've got the base game and Scorched Earth coming out in September, and then our plan is to release another expansion map every other month after that. So players have got the rest of 2022 and all of 2023 to look forward to getting new maps, regular clips all throughout the year, and we'll be supporting the game that whole time. So any necessary bug fixes or other things like that, I mean, we're here back in this game for a long
lot of
time
art content to keep them, to give them something to do. And Jordan, I don't know if we mentioned there's going to be new cinematics in this version, right?
Ooh,
we're not going to say exactly what we can. If you don't, Ark is a little shrouded in mystery.
Okay.
We like to let people speculate a little bit, right? So
give me,
we did want to throw that out there.
Give me an adjective of what we
Jordan,
can expect.
give her an adjective.
We need something.
I'm just gonna. We can just let you know that David Tennant and Matt Madden are reprising their roles, and they are going to film some wonderful things to really bring the story together. like I said, we want it to be a surprise.
Okay, so
And
wonderful
it's
is what
big.
I'm hearing. Wonderful.
Is wonderful, and it's big for the community because the community really loves these cinematic expansions to the game. We do what we call ascensions at the end of a lot of maps, and it's kind of a cinematic story experience where you see what's in preview for the next chapter. So we don't want to spoil too much, but it's going to be really fun for the players to see.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, there's a lot more things we can expect down the line with expansions and so forth. We have to be patient for it, correct?
Patience is a virtue. Still learning it, but
is there anything you think the fans will be most excited to see, and what are you both personally most excited to see when this does reach everybody?
Well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, I'm excited. You get the blinders on when you work on a project, right? You're just excited about the whole thing. But for me, I mean, really, I think it's the fidelity of this game. I mean, the more we've been working on it, the more I'm just blown away at the work our team's doing every day. It looks phenomenal. These are that core ARC fans already know, but now they get to experience them on the Switch in the palm of their hands, and that's just really exciting for us that you can take such a huge experience on the go with
anywhere,
you know?
Essentially.
Yeah.
I think personally, I think the community is probably just going to be, especially for people that own the current copy of the game, going from that copy to this copy. I think the night and day difference in the experience that they're going to have playing this game, I think is going to rejuvenate a lot of those feelings that they had when they first picked it up. And again, with all the new content, the new maps, I think it's going to create a brand new ARC experience for people, on Switch. And that's what I'm excited for.
Oh, that's really cool. It's almost like a brand new journey to kind of get obsessed with. I love that. Now, I know you touched on it briefly, but when will players get their first hands-on experience?
Well, that will actually be at PAX West coming up in September. So we're happy to announce that we'll be there, and we are going to have an entire booth just dedicated to ARC on Switch. So please come out to PAX West if you can make it, and you'll be able to get your hands on this for the very first time.
Well, we have a question from chat. Are y'all down to answer? I know it depends on the question, but
hey, we're pretty good at deflecting, so I think we'll take it.
Okay, so this is a question from Grumpus88. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I am so sorry. Okay. Sorry, Grump. Can I call you Grump? Okay. Since we're asking how it runs, 30 frames per second, big dips, that's the biggest issue with the original. Is there anything you could speak upon currently with that?
I can say that you're not going to be experiencing those. We've got it running very stable. I don't want to throw out an FPS number quite yet, as we're still in development right now. I'm sure some people would love to take this video and try and count frames. And they will, and that's fine.
Be patient with us.
Certainly running at 30 is a goal of ours, and getting it as close to that as we can. And we'll certainly be talking about that a bit more as we get closer to release and really finalize all of our performance updates.
Amazing. I have another question from our beautiful chat audience, and this one's from Jade Play Games. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that one correctly. Any plans for Young Explorer mode? I'm going to rehash that. I can speak English. Any plans for Young Explorers modes on other platforms?
No plans yet, but certainly if you all love it when it comes out, please let us know. I mean, that's a possibility that that's a road we can go down if the players are asking for it, certainly. But as of now, we are just bringing it to Switch.
Okay, sweet. This might be a little bit more difficult to ask, but I know you're focusing on the game at the moment, but what about other expansion packs down the line?
As far as something new, I guess this is whatever the chat asked. But the plan is all of the maps that you know and love from ARC on PC and console are coming to Switch. We do not have any plans to bring any new expansions beyond that. We're just trying to bring it up to parity with what players experience right now on PC and Xbox, PlayStation, and Stadia. So all the same maps that you can experience there. They're looking for
a Switch exclusive map or something.
I don't know. They've been hungry.
Seems like they're pushing for some They're already getting the voiceover and all the great voice acting. I mean, that's going to be pretty good. But no, we're paying attention.
Well, thank you so much. That was a lot of exciting news. Is there any last words, Jordan and Cedric, you would like to say to the fans, and just anything we can expect?
For me, I would just like to say to our Arc Switch community, I'm happy that you're getting to see this footage. I can't wait until it gets in your hand. I am happy that we've been able to bring this to you, and hopefully you really get to experience this in a new way with the work that Grove Street has done.
Yeah, to the Arc Switch players out there, thank you for standing by Arc for all this time, and we're about to bring you a product that we're really happy about. All the maps that you've been asking for are coming. And come check us out at PAX West in September and follow us at Grove Street Games on Twitter. We'll be revealing some more gameplay over the coming months.
Well, it was a pleasure. We were hungry, so thank you for feeding us that information. I hope y'all have an amazing time at PAX West in September. So guys, make sure you check it out. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Hey, we did it! I know y'all wanted a lot of those questions answered, so hopefully we got to most of them. Now, you guys, how are y'all doing this evening, okay? How has it been? What's this experience been like for you? Thank you, Kieran, Jordan, and Cedric. Of course, Harley Pan. Of course. Y'all are hype? Hootie Devil said they are hype. Okay? Who else is hype in the chat? We have so much more things that we need to discuss, but we need to be patient, you guys. I saw y'all getting real spicy. But we are going to toss it to a break right now, and when we come back, I'll be getting to talk to the devs of the new Jackbox Party games. Fun with your friends. So see you soon, you guys. Hey guys, I am back and I'm better than ever. I'm better than I was a minute ago. And I hope y'all are doing incredible this fine afternoon or daytime or night, wherever you are at right at this current moment. We have some cool things to talk about. I know you remember me mentioning Jackbox earlier, one of my favorite party games, okay? I love it. I'm obsessed. I think I was first introduced on my birthday, actually. Isn't that insane? But we have the time to talk to some devs from Jackbox. Everybody, again, favorite party game, has a new game coming out called Non-Sensory. And I personally can't wait to learn more, so let's take a look.
It has been said that humans use only 10% of their brain, and using the rest would unlock miraculous powers and abilities. This is, of course, total nonsense. That 10% number is silly. But what if you could intuit with startling accuracy what others were thinking? Let's try a test. We asked one of your fellow test subjects to make up a name. How likely is it that a person with this name is a werewolf? 50%? 80%? Something else? The correct answer is 90%. Did you get it right? Did you get close? We asked another test subject to draw a bird. From 1 to 10, how sleazy is this bird? 2, 6, something else? The correct answer is 9. All of you have the potential to unlock your powers of non-sensory perception. I'm Professor Nanas, and I'd like to ask you some very silly questions. Non-sensory, coming this fall to the Jackbox Party Pack. 4, 7. The correct answer is 9.
Okay, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen. I just have to start off with that immediately. But we are here with Jackbox Studio editorial director Arnie. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, you are. It's Arnie.
Okay. Yes. Well,
Thanks
please introduce. Thanks for being here. Well, please introduce yourself to the chat and tell us your role that you play.
Sure. Hey, I'm Arnie Niekamp. I am, I'm the studio editorial director at Jackbox Games. That means I sort of lead the editorial department. But I also have designed, pitched, and directed lots of games over the years. Drawful, Trivia Murder Party, Fakin' It. Last year I did Weapons Drawn. And I'm very excited that my team this year is working on a really cool drawing, writing, guessing game called Non-Sensory.
I love Murder Party. So that's incredible. When are we gonna be able to get to play Non-Sensory?
That's a good question. Sorry, I'm taking 1 second to make sure my mic got switched.
No worries.
Let's see. Am I sounding better now?
I feel like you sound good to me. Chat, how do you feel?
Chat, and be honest, you can talk about the tonality of my voice.
Yeah, let us know. But
Non-Sensory will be part of the Jackbox Party Pack 9, which is coming out this fall. We don't know yet the exact release date, but hopefully it'll be available for everyone's assorted fall season parties, basically. That's what we always sort of try to target it for. You know, if possible, get it out for Halloween. If not that, then Thanksgiving. Because those are the times when people like to get around with their families, and then they need to get away from their families a little bit, so play a party game together.
I know the feeling. Completely understandable. Well, these games always have just like very interesting concepts. What was the inspiration for Non-Sensory in particular? Or maybe there's a couple of things that inspired it.
That's a good question. You know, we spend a good chunk of the year just like paper testing all kinds of like half-baked ideas. That's really sort of the most fun part of the process. Just getting out paper and Sharpies and being like, well, what if we did this? Is there anything here? It's almost like sort of fishing for good ideas. You just sort of try something until you feel something fun is happening in the room. This idea has been sort of kicking around for a few years. I think I pitched a version of it called Very, Very 2 or 3 years ago, basically.
Wait, very?
Yeah, very, very. Like when it was then, it was like, draw a mouse that is very, 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 very cute, and so you would be trying to track like, I don't know, is that mouse very, very, very cute or very,
just
very,
very
very,
cute?
very cute? Exactly. Over time realized it's a little annoying to try to track all of those varies.
All the varies.
And so we all those varies. Oh, so very many varies. And eventually just sort of embracing like simple number ranges that people will understand more clearly really unlocked the game and made it a lot of fun. And we've been having a lot of fun playing it in the studio sort of as we've been making it.
Oh, that's beautiful. When you can have fun as developers and like the team as well. That's amazing. Well, I mean, these games are all they're cool because I feel like everyone can contribute. It's not so difficult where like your mom or dad can't play or like a younger brother and sister. So I think it's really cool to have like that inclusive game that everyone can be a part of, Where will it be available?
Well, the Jackbox Party Pack 9 will be available on all of the same platforms, I believe, that it's been in the past. So, if you're used to playing it on PC or Switch or Xbox, PS4, PS5, Apple TV, I believe even Fire TV, there are a lot of places that you'll be able to play it.
Okay.
And we're excited for people to get their hands on it soon.
Ooh, I'm excited personally. You don't understand. I'm like, I can't wait to tell my friends at home. But with the other games in the pack, when do you think we'll hear about those?
So we've already announced that Fibbage 4 will be one of the games. I'm choosing my words very carefully. I don't want to accidentally name one of the games that we haven't announced. We have announced the game Roomerang, which is a very exciting reality show themed game that's really, really fun. I believe, let me look at my let me check my calendar here.
Of course.
I believe the next game will be announced June 24th, so pretty soon.
Oh, wait, that's like next week.
Yeah.
That's like next week, chat.
So take this week to just really think about non-sensory and your excitement for that, and then next week get excited about what the fourth game is.
Ooh. Well, if we did want to learn more, where could we learn more?
Well, I recommend your local library, but no, not really there. I do. As a general rule, I recommend the library, but they probably won't have this information. But you can, you can follow Jackbox Games at Jackbox Games on Facebook and Twitter. Play Jackbox Games on Instagram and TikTok. Mm-hmm. You can also follow us, our website, jackboxgames.com, where probably right this moment a more detailed blog post about non-sensory and the game and how it works is up there now if people want to read more.
I have another question before I take some questions from chat.
Please.
Could you tell us briefly about the Jackbox Party Pack starter?
Oh yeah, the Jackbox Starter Pack is coming out very soon. I do not have the exact release date, but basically it's a collection of 3 of our most popular games of all time. Quiplash 3, Trivia Murder Party 2.
Everyone loves Whiplash.
Yeah, that's the most fun to just sort of sit back and just type your funny jokes and get as much validation as possible from the other players as you vote
Ego
on
boost.
Your favorite one. Exactly. My job is to hopefully help give people tools to be funny and then get as much validation from their friends as possible. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they'll get made fun of friends, but that's all part of it.
That's basically okay. That's part of the game.
Yeah, so the starter pack, it's Quiplash 3, Trivia Murder Party 2, and TKO, 3 of our most popular games, all in one pack, and it's got some updated features, and most excitingly, it will be localized in French, Italian, German, and Spanish. Ooh. So,
exciting.
If you're not, so if it's a much better experience for you to play in a different language, then you'll finally have that opportunity.
Oh, wow. Thank you for sharing that. Now, here is my question from chat. Now, this is from C47 Man. Hey, C47 Man.
Hey, C47 Man.
You guys wrote that was Let me read this correctly.
Okay.
What's a question you got? Oh, this is personal, so get prepared for your answer.
Okay.
What's a
All right.
question you guys wrote that was too silly to stay in?
Oh, that's a good question. That is
Right?
too
Thank you.
silly. You know, I personally, honestly, there are times in the process where, you know, I am in the writer's room, or now it's sort of, we work remotely, so it's more the virtual writer's room where it's like, let's get some more silly stuff in there. Like, if anything, we're kind of trying to encourage like more silliness into the games. As long as it's also like in service of the players being silly. Like at the end of the day, the most important thing is that the players get to do the really funny thing or the really silly thing. A question that was too silly.
Or maybe too obscure too.
How about here's one. This is a question that is on the line that may make it into this game nonsensory or may not. So you'll see when it comes out. We have, you know, it's partly a drawing game, so we have a category of drawing games which are just shape or squiggle. And so there will be a prompt that is draw a shape or squiggle that is 50% depressing, or draw a shape or squiggle that is 75% powerful. And that's just kind of a fun sort of challenge. It's very silly because you're not being told a specific thing to draw. It might be a little too you might make you a little too in your head. That's one of the things we're trying to figure out.
Is this a depressive squiggle? Like
let me see here. I would say that's right around 50%. Right? Maybe 40. And that's part of the fun of this game.
I guess Chad has to decide.
Part of the fun of this game is you sort of try to like fine-tune, calibrate together. You're like, I don't know, is that a 40% or is that a 50%? And especially like the more ridiculous it is, like, is that bird 70% sleazy or 80% sleazy? It's definitely in the top half of sleaziness.
It's probably interesting to see like the different people vote too, because someone might say 90% and then someone else is just like, nah, it's just 20. I've seen sleazier birds. Like, where?
Yeah. It's like, oh great, Bob hangs out with so many sleazy birds, so he's just totally out of whack with the rest of us. But that is part of the fun. Is, you know, some people will be very close, and then other people you'll just see are just way off, and it's fun if they're wrong, but it's even more fun when you realize that they would just happen to be right and everybody else was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. We have another question from chat from Verbalix. Again, if I'm pronouncing your name horribly wrong, I apologize. When will Jackbox be available in VR? I'm interested to hear this too.
Oh, that's a good question. You know, I don't know. I know that we have, you know, a lot of us that work at Jackbox Games are big fans of VR, consume a lot of VR games. I don't know that that's actively something we're working on right now, but I'm not privy to everything. Maybe there's some secret VR project going on right now where you just have to throw paint and draw something ridiculous.
I think you should write that one down because that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Wait, do you have a sticky note right now? Oh, I love this. I love it. Yes.
My desk is full of sticky notes that don't mean anything. Like you know, like I could come to my desk and it'll say sleazy bird, and I'm like, what was I trying to communicate to myself with that sticky note?
I don't think I will get the sleazy bird out of my head. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think I'm gonna go and try to draw one and just.
If you could choose an edge of the range for yourself, right? If you were challenged to write sleazy bird, but you could decide whether it was going to be 75% sleazy, 50% sleazy, or 25% sleazy, which in the game it will give you a range to hit so that everyone else can guess. But I'm just curious for yourself, which of those types of birds would you want to try to draw?
Ooh, like the species? Or how?
No.
How much?
Would you want to draw a bird that was 75% sleazy?
I would do like. If I could get more than 90%, I would. So 70% for sure. Don't ask why. Clearly, I need to talk to a therapist. It's okay, but I want to draw the sleaziest of sleazy
There's no
birds.
wrong answer here, but part of the fun, like, we're sort of like experimenting right now as we're playtesting. Like, we want to try to make as much of the range fun as possible. So sometimes it's surprising, like, it's a fun challenge to be like, I'm going to draw a bird that is 25% sleazy. So, this bird is just mostly normal, but maybe, maybe it's got it's holding like a Axe body spray or something, just a little bit, like just enough. Like, with just a small detail. Mostly normal bird, one small sleazy detail.
He's like a spokesperson for Axe. That's amazing.
Gotta believe this bird is great all the time. 25% sleazy though, but just 25%.
Just a little bit, just a tad. We have actually another question from chat. YOLO Blaziken. Again, if I pronounce your name wrong, you know Blaziken. What? I'm sorry. Is the party starter gonna be a yearly thing, or is this a one-off thing?
That's a good question that I don't even really know the answer to. I think,
Chat, what are you doing? You're stumping us.
I don't know. I think a lot of it is just to sort of see how it does. We are very excited though about reaching a wider audience with our games, and sort of, we actually have a lot of people playing our games in English around the world, and that's great, but not everybody can do that, and we want to try to find ways to get games to people in their native language. So I know that's an ongoing project, but exactly what that path is for smarter people than me at the company.
I have one last question, and you can answer it however you would like. What is something you are personally most excited for about the release of Non-Sensory in particular, and the Jackbox Party Pack?
Well, first of all, I'm very excited about the host. Sarah Kempton is a great VO actress from England. She was one of the hosts of Weapons Drawn, the game I directed last year, and she's so funny and great in this game. For me, I'm always excited when the games come out. Is when I spend the most time on Twitch. I stay up way too late just watching people play, because what a gift it is to get to see people play our games and just sort of watch it, essentially, and learn things about it. It really is. And every once in a while, I'll be like, if there's I'll like poke my head into chat and be like, there's a secret thing if you do this. And I try, unless they ask, they're usually like, I don't know who this weirdo is. But the thing I'm most excited about, besides that, is I don't know. We still have here's the thing, and for this game, one of our main bullet points we keep trying to remind ourselves is we want the game to be fun and so easy that you can play it. How do I say this? When you're not at peak ability, people are playing our games when they're just 100% at conscious and doing great. But also, we want to try to make the game really fun. If for whatever reason, maybe you're just tired.
Maybe it's 20%. Maybe you're 100%. Maybe you're only 30. If you're not at for whatever reason you're not at peak ability, you can still just relax, enjoy it, and basically understand what's going on and have a good time. So I'm excited. I'm hoping we meet that challenge. I think you will. I think you will, a whole 100%. But Arnie, thank you so much for chatting with me. This was actually super, super fun. Learned so much. Are there any last words you want to say to the chat before I have to bid you adieu?
Thank you so much for playing the games. We're on Party Pack 9 now, and I've been there since Party Pack 1, basically. And we're still bursting with weird ideas, and we really appreciate that people still like to play them, and it's a nice way, especially now that people are playing more remotely. It's a nice way to just sort of connect with your friends and sort of have something fun to do. So that means a lot. Thanks so much, everybody, for playing.
Yeah, well, thank you and the team for creating a space where we all feel like we can have fun and just bond with each other. So thank you again for coming by.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, hopefully I get to talk to you at some time in the future, but until now, I'm gonna say goodbye, and hopefully you have a good rest of your Monday.
You too.
Bye. I'm excited. You don't understand. I'm so excited. I love Jackbox. I'm so happy that my friend Zeno brought it to my birthday one time, and we all played. And that was my first experience with it ever. And I think ever since then, I've gotten hooked. And I've made it my life's mission to get other people hooked as well when I do have the chance and there is an opportunity for it. And it seems like you guys in chat are also excited. Arnie was great. He was a great person, great guy. Loved chatting with him. But remember, you guys, because I gotta tell you again to make sure y'all can remember and know some of your favorite streamers will be co-streaming the Capcom Showcase along with us today. You can co-stream on Twitch Gaming, okay? Okay? Y'all remember that? Specifically, if you want to know who, Technique, Maximilian Dude, Sajam, and all three are also going to be stopping by and chatting with me after the show. So thank you guys for coming by. And we are going to talk about all the new news coming out of Capcom. I know some of y'all were mentioning it in chat earlier. And before it starts, we thought we should make some predictions in the Ally Pool prediction pool. Say that 3 times fast. Say it 3 times fast. Now. Thanks to Allie, if what we predict for the Capcom show comes true, you can win a Twitch gift cards, okay? If it's free, it's for me, and it's also for you. I'll let you know our predictions now, and if any of them come true during the show, you guys can win, so stick around and cross your fingers, because I'm sure you would like that Twitch gift card. Now, I asked our co-streamers their predictions for the event, and this is what they said. Now, Technique, I hope you have some technique. They said Monster Hunter Sunbreak details, Power Stone, and Marvel vs. Capcom news. Now, Maximilian Dude, hopefully you got 1,000,000 of your predictions right. They said Resident Evil 4 remake or Street Fighter 6 updates. Very good prediction. Now, Sajam, last but not least, you got the last prediction. They'll show off the Resident Evil 4 merchant. Now, how do you predict? Okay, well, if you really want to know what I think we are going to get Street Fighter 6 updates. Don't take it from me. I'm just guessing, okay? I'm just guessing. But come back later to see if you were right, okay? If we were right, you were right. If you had some prediction, y'all should predict now, like whether it's in chat or in your head, just do it, okay? Do y'all have any? Actually, I want to read in chat. Do y'all have any predictions? It's a Capcom Showcase? Yes. Street Fighter 6 jury reveal, Sean updates. Who do y'all think might be right? Do you think it'll be Technique, Maximilian Dude, Sajam, or the one and only me? Kira, please. Resident Evil and Street Fighter for sure. See, I'm with you, Divergent Runner. I'm with you. We're divergent and we run the same pathway. Street Fighter 6, I agree. Okay, we're all just like Street Fighter. Mega Man BattleNet reboot. How do I get a gift card? Well, if you would like me to reiterate Power Ranger, I thought you were a Power Ranger. You're supposed to know these things. But if we get some of our predictions right, you have the opportunity to win a Twitch gift card. And we're predicting for the Capcom Showcase specifically, okay? Okay? You got it now? Don't leave on me, Power Ranger. You got it now? But ton of stuff. I'm not the best at predicting, but it seems like most of us are on the same page, okay? And I like that about us because we relate. We're both thinking a little bit of Street Fighter, some Resident Evil, some things, okay? Mega Man X reveal. Surprise announcement. Oh my gosh, y'all really have some crazy predictions. Okay. All right. Is there anything y'all have been really excited to hear? Megaran VR reveal. That's pretty exciting. Okay. Well, until we figure that out, I am actually gonna give us a little break. A very quick one, but when we come back, we will be watching the Capcom Showcase, so we will figure it out soon. So don't go far, you guys. Stick with us, and we will see you very soon.
Hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down. Crossing over, passing around, I'm on the time the clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get out on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the block, it really has got me. Actions I went to win, no goodbyes, and you just did again. Somebody that's scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here. Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
this will be a good fight. If you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you wanna call me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. Never back in dust of my secret art.
Street Fighter 6.
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy the android. I'd like to share today's dinosaur forecast. A dinosaur outbreak will soon occur. Residents in the affected area have been evacuated, and a team of exo-fighters has been dispatched. A vortex warning has been issued. Please remain indoors.
I make a sensitive situation.
You've been living fighting the chief directors for 2 years.
All I wanted was to be IBS's top pilot.
IBS's latest dinosaur forecasts and exosuit technology were able to keep human casualties to zero. Exosuit development is proceeding under the guidance of the next-gen AI, Leviathan. Meanwhile, IBS continues to recruit candidates to become new exo-fighters, humanity's greatest hope. Another exo-fighter recruit, right? Welcome to IBS.
I present the Hunter from Komura.
Humble greetings.
All right, everyone.
Please don't. Here, I'm merely a quest receptionist.
Something odious.
Up there!
everyone. Welcome to the Capcom Showcase, where we'll share exciting new updates on our upcoming games. We have some surprises in store, and hope you enjoy the show. Let's begin.
Hello everyone. I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, producer of the Monster Hunter series. Thank you for to today's Capcom Showcase. We're excited to bring you the latest info on Monster Hunter Rise Sun, which will finally be released at the end of this month. To kick things off, we've got a brand new trailer to show you. Let's take a look.
You look like you still got that fire inside you, old Gallius.
You do as well, good elder. What do you say? Full steam ahead.
Taste my fury! Take this!
First, let me introduce a returning locale. The jungle area that debuted in the second generation of Monster Hunter games is back in Sunbreak. You'll notice that the jungle's appearance changes over time. It's a nostalgic area that both veteran hunters and new players are sure to enjoy. And of course, we've updated the jungle with new elements and endemic life specifically for its return in Sunbreak. Longtime fans can look forward to exploring the devastated ruins around the coastal area. From the Monster Hunter Frontier series comes Espinas. Espinas means thorns in Spanish. As the name implies, thorny scales cover its body. Normally, Espinas enjoys a quiet life and sleeps peacefully, but when it senses danger nearby, it explodes into a violent rampage. Even though it can seem docile, Espinas has a two-faced nature that can be extremely dangerous. The flagship monster of Monster Hunter 4, Gore Magala, is back. Gore Magala is a sightless creature with black scales and sensitive wing membranes used to sense the presence of prey. As Gore Magala's sensing ability increases, its two horns change form and it enters the frenzy state. While in a frenzy state, it gets so powerful that the ground beneath begins to break, and it uses its huge claws as an anchor during powerful attacks. In addition, the trailer also shows the Daimyo Hermitar, and the Pyrorachna Kadaki subspecies, which adds explosive elements, makes its fiery debut. There are still more monsters that have yet to be revealed, so stay tuned for more Sunbreak announcements in the future. There's one more thing I want to share with you all, so please watch the following video. A free demo for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak is coming to both Nintendo Switch and Steam. The demo will be available to download as shown. In the jungle locale introduced today, you'll be able to take on Astalos. The new Switch skill swap system as well as new Silkbind attacks will be available for play. We'll have a few tutorial quests available for new players that will teach you the basic mechanics and moves. After mastering the basics, you'll be ready to take on other monsters in the demo to test your skills. For veteran hunters, an advanced quest will also be available where you can take on an extra challenging version of Sunbreak's flagship monster, Malzeno. The demo supports multiplayer for up to 4 players, and there's no limit to the number of times you can attempt quests. Get an early taste of Sunbreak action with this free demo. You can download it from the Nintendo eShop and Steam store page. Also, we would like for you to keep 2 things in mind when purchasing Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, so you will be able to enjoy all the added contents.
Following Sunbreak's release, we plan to release a number of free title updates. Please enjoy this quick video preview of what's on the way. Our first title update, scheduled for August 2022, will add Lucent Nargacuga. This monster will be a part of the first free title update to come to Sunbreak post-launch. In addition to the Lucent Nargacuga, we're also adding a new area, the iconic Forlorn Arena. With future title updates, we plan on including additional monsters, variants, and more. Our title update release schedule is as follows. The second title update is planned for a fall 2022 release. The third title update will come in winter 2022. And there's more to come in 2023. Each title update will include additional monsters and other elements. We hope you'll check them out. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak will be released worldwide on June 30th, 2022. Digital pre-orders for Sunbreak are now available on both Nintendo Switch and Steam. Pre-orders will also receive a special bonus Palamute and Palico layered armor set. We're planning on keeping you updated with more information soon. Please visit the official website and follow Monster Hunter social channels for more info. That wraps up our news for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Thanks for tuning in and enjoy the rest of the Capcom Showcase.
Now we will present the Capcom Spotlight Corner. Street Fighter VI, coming soon. The next generation of Street Fighter is currently in development and has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Fan favorites Ryu and Chun-Li will be heating up the battle stage right alongside some of the newest fighters, Luke and Jamie. With breathtaking new visuals, Unleash unprecedented battles with the all-new battle system. Street Fighter VI reimagines the fighting game experience with new modes that will allow you to experience the Street Fighter universe. What awaits you in this game? Look forward to our next announcement later this year. Celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Street Fighter franchise, the Capcom Fighting Collection will be released later this month. Included is the first ever release of Red Earth outside of arcades, Hyper Street Fighter 2, 5 Darkstalkers titles, and more. 10 of the best fighting games from the arcade era are included in one package. All of the titles included will be playable online. So play a match against your friends, or fight online against new challengers. Enjoy a full range of online matches. Capcom Fighting Collection will launch on June 24th, 2022. Pre-orders are available now. Please visit the official website for more information. Play the games you loved again. Capcom Arcade Stadium has expanded. Capcom Arcade Second Stadium, coming July 22nd, 2022. Saturday Night Slam Masters, Magic Sword, Black Tiger, Eco Fighters, and more, combined for a total of 32 arcade titles. In addition to a bundle that features all 32 titles, each title is available for individual purchase and features, with lots of quality-of-life options. All players will receive Sun for free when downloading the base game. The bundle featuring all 32 titles is available for pre-order now. Get Display Frame Set 1 as a bonus for pre-ordering. To celebrate, get the Capcom Arcade Stadium title, Street Fighter II, The World Warrior. Free for a limited time. We hope you try out the Capcom Arcade Stadium as well. Next up is an update on Capcom's new team-based action game, Exoprimal.
Hi everyone, I'm Takuro Hiraoka, director of Exoprimal. We have a new trailer to show today that includes lots of gameplay. Let's take a look.
I am the artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Your personnel data indicates you are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment. Under my supervision, Ibius Corp conducts its most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island. You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating. Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At Ibius, we're always reaching for better. Always. Humanity resists quantification, an interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed. Humans, fight and die for me. Carnage module online. I call your attention to the unstoppable Raptor Horde. Calculating chance of employee retention. Chance calculated at 8.7%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. A more grueling combat experiment is called for. You will now witness a small fragment of the war game.
You need to keep quiet until we can figure out how to destroy the Leviathan.
We hope you enjoyed the trailer. Now, I will get into more detail about the game. Developed by Ibius Corporation, Leviathan is a next-gen AI that guides players throughout Exoprimal via voice navigation and augmented reality displays. Leviathan appears before players as a massive human-like figure, or as a surveillance drone called a Watcher. The trailer shows Leviathan unleashing hordes of dinosaurs. Players will battle these dinosaurs after being forced into Leviathan's infinitely repeating wargames. Why is Leviathan bringing dinosaurs into our world? And why is Leviathan repeating these wargames? Solve the mystery by playing the main game mode, Dino Survival. Let me provide a brief gameplay introduction. Exoprimal is a team-based action game. In Dino Survival, 2 squads of 5 race to complete objectives. Teams must follow Leviathan's directives and complete the mission before their rivals to win. These directives will feature a dynamic mix of missions. In fact, we just saw some in the latest trailer. There's Dinosaur Cull, where teams must eliminate a specific dinosaur. In VTOL Defense, teams protect a grounded aircraft from dinosaur onslaughts. In Data Key Security, teams escort a valuable asset to its destination. Destroy targets in Omega Charge with the powerful Omega Hammer. In Energy Taker, teams compete to collect the most energy. You also saw a glimpse of a strange and terrifying creature known as a Neo-Tyrannosaurus. While there are situations where you directly engage enemy players, there are other times where you band together with rivals to take down a major foe. This variety of missions will keep players on their toes. In Dino Survival, the missions change based on players' progression through the game. The experience will be different every time you play, even in matches with familiar surroundings and objectives. By playing Dino Survival, you will unlock story sequences and also earn rewards such as experience points to increase your player and exosuit levels. We'll provide more details about this at a later date. Now that we've detailed Dino Survival, let's move on to exosuits. We showed 2 new exosuits today. Barrage is an assault role exosuit. It uses explosives to set areas ablaze and bombards enemies with ricochet grenades. Vigilant is also an assault role exosuit. It wields a destructive railgun to snipe from long range. We have even more exosuits to share with you in the future, so look forward to upcoming announcements. We have one last announcement for today.
Welcome to my research facility.
We're conducting a closed network test for Exoprimal. Players will be able to try the game ahead of release. Help us test the game's online infrastructure and make improvements ahead of launch. Sign up to participate today. The closed network test will allow you to experience Dino Survival before the game's launch next year. We look forward to having you join in. That's all for today. We plan to release Exoprimal in 2023. Until then, keep an eye on our website and social media. Thank you for watching.
Next, we have a message about Dragon's Dogma, which recently celebrated its 10th anniversary.
Hi everyone, I'm Hideaki Itsuno, game director at Capcom. A few weeks ago, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of Dragon's Dogma. Thanks to all of you for joining us in this celebration. The world of Dragon's Dogma has since spread to various different kinds of media, ranging from games such as Dragon's Dogma and the Dark Arisen expansion, to digital comics and a Netflix original animated series. In the coming days, we will be releasing a video celebrating 10 years of Dragon's Dogma, talking about how and what Dragon's Dogma came to be. So whether you're a longtime fan or just curious about the series, we'll have something for you to enjoy. We hope you check it out. Once again, thank you all so much.
And now we have a bunch of updates from the Resident Evil franchise.
Hello everyone, I'm Tsuyoshi Kanda, the producer of Resident Evil Village. Thanks to all of our fans, Village has sold over 6 million units worldwide. Everyone on the team is incredibly happy to see so many people enjoy the game. Thank you for your support. The Resident Evil series continues to bring fun experiences to people around the world. We want longtime fans and people who are new to Resident Evil to enjoy this storied franchise. Let's start with this video.
Rose! It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do. I want to live a normal life.
She's near death and ew, something just moved on her hand. Shut up! What's going on here? You look just like me.
Now we have a new little rabbit to pursue.
It's time. Marking the target.
It's showtime!
Now, what next?
Sorry to keep you waiting. We're happy to reveal the DLC for Resident Evil Village we promised last June. We think this new experience will be worth the wait. This DLC includes 3 major features. First, the third-person mode. Many people asked for this, and we were able to add it into the game. Now, you'll be able to see Ethan as he desperately fights for survival. Players that have already experienced Ethan's journey can enjoy the new perspective and animations too. The Mercenaries returns with additional orders in an arcade-style action game where focus has been put on the exhilarating feeling of defeating relentless hordes of enemies. New stages are included, as well as additional playable characters, such as Chris Redfield and Heisenberg. Of course, Lady Dimitrescu will be there too. We've really fueled this mode up. Enjoy looking down on your foes from over 9 feet above as Lady Dimitrescu slashes her enemies aside. The third edition is one you've surely been waiting for, an additional story, Shadows of Rose. Today, let me introduce just a bit of this story.
Rose, the beloved daughter of the main protagonist Ethan, is now a grown-up main character in this new story mode. In this sequel to the main story of Village, you can experience Rose's struggles with the terrifying powers she was born with. To break free of the curse of her powers, she enters the consciousness of the Megamycete. There, she meets a girl who looks just like her. In this mysterious realm of consciousness, time and space is warped beyond recognition. Rose is guided by a being who calls himself Michael, who might be of assistance with removing her powers. Shadows is set completely in a third-person perspective. In the realm of consciousness, you won't only face creatures, but the world itself seems to be attacking you. Enjoy the horror of the world itself being your greatest enemy. How will Rose find freedom from her mysterious powers? The DLC for Resident Evil Village Winter's Expansion includes all 3 of these major additions. In addition, Resident Evil Village Gold Edition, a bundle of Winter's Expansion with the base game, will be released simultaneously. The release date is planned for October 28, 2022. Resident Evil RE-Verse will also begin service on the same date, October 28, 2022. We hope that you are looking forward to it.
How did you like that? Also, as already announced, we are working on making the main story of Village available on Mac so that even more people can enjoy Resident Evil. In addition, the main story of Village is planned to be playable on PlayStation VR 2. We're working hard on bringing you the ultimate immersive experience worthy of next gen in Resident Evil Village. So look forward to future announcements. Up next, a game that was announced just a few days ago.
I've located Baby Eagle.
Guess you, me, picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh?
You will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Hi everyone, I'm Yasuhiro Anpo, director of Resident Evil 4.
And I'm Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, producer of Resident Evil 4. This title is a reimagining of Resident Evil 4, based on the original 2005 release. Similar to other titles in the series, we are carefully preserving what makes the original title special, while updating it with modern flourishes for everyone to enjoy when it launches in 2023. Today, we'll reintroduce a bit of the game's story.
Resident Evil 4 is set 6 years after the events in Raccoon City, depicted in Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. The main character of the game, Leon S. Kennedy, survived the Raccoon City incident and was assigned as an agent directly under the President of the United States. Leon is dispatched to a quiet village in Europe as part of a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of the President. You might notice Leon is much more mature and fearless due to his past experiences. The Ganado, the main enemies of this game, wait for him. The experience of being attacked by hordes of crazed Ganado is truly an iconic moment from Resident Evil. In order to truly bring out the concept of terror of people controlled by madness, the Ganado have been completely redesigned.
Let's take a closer look at the game itself.
The over-the-shoulder camera returns, of course. Leon arrives at a dense and dangerous forest. We want to nail the feeling of loneliness and fear of not knowing what lies ahead, even more so than the original. Of course, there will also be thrilling battles. People that played the recent Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 should find this familiar. Look forward to future announcements, where we'll have more information on the game.
Resident Evil 4 is being developed for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Series S, and PC. The release date will be March 24th, 2023.
We are aiming to create a Resident Evil 4 that everyone can enjoy, so please look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What did you think about the latest information on Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4? Both games are currently in development. For those that can't wait for the release, check out the following games.
Resident Evil 7, which brought the series back to its survival horror roots, and the reimagining of classic titles Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. These three titles, built with RE Engine, return with current-gen features including support for 4K, high frame rate, and ray tracing, as well as 3D audio for an even more immersive experience. These titles are available for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and Series S beginning today. In addition, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One players can enjoy a free digital upgrade to current gen via the Digital Upgrade Program and Smart Delivery. For PC users, an update patch will be available on the same date. For newcomers and veterans of survival horror alike, we hope you enjoyed the immersion these new versions offer.
Welcome to the family. That's all for today's announcements. Thank you.
That wraps up today's show. We hope you're as excited as we are about some of our upcoming games. Thank you to everyone, new and old fans alike, for tuning in. We look forward to sharing more updates with you soon.
wonderful people of chat. Again, it is I, Kiera Please, your host for today's event, the last day of the summer gathering. And one, I want to say thank you, Capcom, for that showcase. It was a very lovely showcase. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. Is there anything that y'all were excited about? What's up, everybody in chat? Hi, sup? My predictions. Did you feel like they were right? Flex? Hi, Poll Games on Twitch. Hello. How are y'all? How's today's day been? I'm sure that's used in a sentence multiple times. Anything that y'all have been surprised about, excited about, hoping for? We still have our predictions to go, so y'all are just gonna say hi to me? Y'all aren't gonna tell me all the exciting things that y'all have just witnessed? Really? That's how you feel right now? That's how you feel. That's crazy. Well, I'll tell you what I'm excited about. I'll tell you what I was saying. First of all, I feel welcome to the family. So thank you for that, Resident Evil. I'm also thoroughly terrified to go to sleep at night from the game. What game are you most excited about? I feel like I have too many to name because I feel like we'll be on a long list. Okay? Just come back. You'll see. All right? Just come back, pull up. You'll find out soon enough. But yeah, Shadow of Rose, third person, I saw that and I was like, oh, I feel like that's what people were waiting for. I was like, that's great. And the fact that the ghost was called Michael, the first thing, okay, don't shoot me down. The first thing I thought was Michael Scott from The Office, which is incredible. Imagine him leading you to victory. But as promised, I did mention before there were 3 streamers that we were going to bring on because they had some predictions and they've been covering this entire event on their own channels as well, co-streaming. If you forgot, you could do that. And they're going to talk about all the exciting news with their communities as well. Come on. They were using the extension that I mentioned earlier and they got to build out their Moodlands. Their Moodland Islands. Okay, so chat was able to help with that. But now it's time to bring them on in. Please welcome Technique, Maximilian Dude, and Say Jam to the stream. I feel like an announcer, and this is incredible. Hi, you guys.
Howdy.
Yeah, what's good?
Hi, everybody.
Oh, but you're not matching my energy. What? I brought y'all that amazing intro.
I was sitting here waiting for Leon to kick a Ganado in the head, and it didn't happen. Oh, man.
Well, I would love for each one of y'all to introduce yourself. We can start from Technique, go to Maximilian, and then Say Jam. And a little bit about what you do. You know, give the people the spice they need. We need to make it seasoned.
Sure. Hey, I'm Technique. I'm normally on your seat, so it's nice to see you, Kara, doing your thing over here. I've been streaming on this platform about 8.5 years. Typically cover a variety of games. Such a lame thing to say, but I typically like fighters, I like shooters, adventure games, so you can see where the variety comes from. It's a pleasure to be here. Capcom Showcase was pretty lit. I wanted Power Stone, didn't get it. Want to cry, but it's okay. Maybe next year.
I heard Power Stone in a Capcom presentation, so now I'm happy in some way. So my name's Max. I've been covering Capcom games in general, and especially fighting games for the past almost 10 years on this platform, and even longer on YouTube. And so, yeah, Capcom Showcase dedicated to this many announcements was pretty exciting. I don't know if I got absolutely everything that I was looking forward to, but there was definitely way more than enough for what is a usual like E3 presentation. It felt like Capcom's E3 right here.
Nice. And Say Jam, last but not least.
Yeah, howdy. I do fighting game content, and I love Capcom games. I was hoping for, you know, a little bit of Guile today, maybe, since he just got shown off pretty recently, right? But it was cool to see the RE stuff. I think Resident Evil especially had so many cool announcements today, and I love Resident Evil, so I'm a little envious of how much goodies they got, to be honest, as a fan of so many other Capcom games.
Well, thank you for that. I feel kind of honored. 8-10 years, y'all are like seasoned professionals. Oh my goodness. Thank you for being in my presence. But what were some of the things that you absolutely loved from the showcase, and maybe some things that you were wishing? I know some of y'all touched upon it a little bit, but I would love for y'all to go a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, Technique, you want to take the first one?
Technique, you're taking the hot seat.
I was doing an awkward thing. I was like, who's going to speak?
Looks around ever.
Yeah, Resident Evil Village. What a surprise of all the stuff that we're going to be getting in for that. Monster Hunter was my prediction. I mean, obviously, we knew we were going to get some good news, extra news on that. Sunbreak looks amazing. I did not expect them to give so much and a roadmap. That's very, very interesting, Capcom. I appreciate all the lovely stuff. I wanted Power Stone or Darkstalkers. I guess they gave us the anniversary fighting stuff, and I guess that was all we're gonna get on that. The new game looks pretty nice. I was very skeptical about it until they started explaining it, so I'm interested. Color me interested. Other than that, yeah, I wanted more fighting stuff. I definitely wanted more from Street Fighter 6, but you know, we got what we got, and I thought it was a very nice Capcom presentation.
Yeah, I feel kind of similar, right? There's a lot of like fighting game stuff that's happening right now, and they spent a huge amount of time over the past week or so drip feeding a metric ton of Street Fighter 6 information, which was really awesome. But they did announce before this event that they were going kind of dark in that way, so I was like, yeah, maybe they're trying to throw us a bone, and it's maybe going to have a character or something, but it didn't end up happening. But I do feel that Sunbreak getting a demo was a great announcement. I did feel that Exoprimal looks to be more and more bonkers, the most video game I've ever seen in my life, which I'm kind of down for. And then the big one to me was that Resident Evil Village is possibly having some of the biggest content drop I've ever seen in like a Resident Evil game, and that's a year and a half after. So I was surprised by that. I think disappointment-wise was definitely RE4, even though it's the thing I was looking forward to the most. They unfortunately showed Leon walking around for maybe like 500 frames, and he doesn't engage with anything. I'm like, come on, dude, just let me see what he does. So that's the thing I wish I saw a bit more of.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would have been great. I wanted to see the merchant, you know, that was like my big thing. I was really hoping we would get to hear the laugh at the very least, like just like close us out with the laugh, you know, that would have been like so juicy. But yeah, it was cool. I was hoping we did see Leon walking while aiming too, which is like, you know, it's gonna be like RE2 and RE3, right? That's gonna be a thing. But they kind of hit us with so much fighting game news. I'm not really that surprised there wasn't more, but I still wanted it, which is like the greed in me just felt like it should happen. But yeah, I was really hoping we could see at least like, you know, Leon's walking into the very first meeting he has with someone, and like I was hoping we could at least see that, or we saw him running around in the village, right? Like either of those shots would have made me really happy.
Okay, sweet. I actually want to do something a little fun with you guys. I think it would be kind of exciting to guess what chat considered the most exciting news of the event. So we have the perfect segment to do it. It's called AE Top Moment. Now, we had a chat decoder during this show measure how crazy chat went during the Summer Game Fest. So let's take a look and guess what we think chat was most excited for. So Technique, okay. I'll let you guess first, and then we'll go down the lineup.
I'm gonna say definitely Resident Evil news. Probably Village, because like I said, that content drop was wild. Like I literally thought we were getting like a brand new game at this point because it was just so much. So yeah, I know the chat went wild with that because they don't want to be stepped on. We all know that.
Okay.
If there was a one moment I think technically took it, it was a part of the Resident Evil segment about RE8, and I think it was Shadows of Rose. I think either Shadows of Rose specifically, or the fact that they're allowing you to play RE8 third person the whole game.
Yes.
My chat was losing their minds during that. So I'm gonna say maybe one of those two.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably something RE2 also, because like the RE news is so good, right? And yeah, playable third person is really cool, but my chat loved playable Lady D. That was that's definitely like a big one. A lot of people are really excited about that. I think that's like such a cool thing. Back when RE4 did Mercenaries, like playing as the bad guys was like such a fun aspect of it. You felt so powerful. So I think everybody remembers that, and they're just like, ooh, this looks fun.
So I'm gonna do a fake little drum roll to reveal what was chat going crazy for.
Dragon's Dogma, watch.
Can you hear that? I don't know if you can how do you like a drum roll? You can hear it? Okay.
Yeah.
So the moment was Resident Evil 4. So
really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Really? That's what everybody. I mean, I guess the first reveal of it is big, but it's like what it eventually was like, come on, man,
give me more. I wanted more.
Yeah.
I felt like they just re-showed what we saw already, and it was just
pretty
like,
much.
yeah, this is being made, and you can walk.
I wanted him to shoot the crow. Like the natural instinct was like, you saw the crow. I was like, shoot the crow. You got to shoot the crow.
I want to see a bird fall down, and he just starts picking up money. He's like, there's money from these birds. I'm just gonna get this money. Like that's what I want.
Yeah, he nades a pile of birds. Like that's the classic.
Wow, surprising.
I know. I feel like y'all are very shocked, which is kind of the point, which makes it great. I love the reactions. Now, Before you guys started watching the show, we did ask you to make predictions for your show for the Xbox and Bethesda showcase. So now it is time to see if they came true in our next segment, okay? Called Ally Prediction Pool. Oh God, what do you mean?
Oh, God.
You don't think you did good?
I'm nervous. I'm nervous that all the weird stuff that I was hoping came true, nothing happened or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went cliche.
It's okay. We'll see. It's gonna be a surprise. Well, I will, remind y'all what each person picked. So Technique. Wait, I feel like I need to have a more dramatic voice. Okay. So Technique, your prediction was Monster Hunter Sunbreak details.
Yeah.
Power Stone and Marvel versus Capcom news.
Oh my God.
I love this. I love this already.
Okay, great. Right? Okay. Maximilian, dude. Resident Evil 4 remake or Street Fighter 6 updates. Now, say Jam, I feel like I need a different accent. Say Jam, they'll show off the Resident Evil 4 merchants.
I really just wanted the merchant. That's all. I only want one thing, and it's disgusting. Yeah.
I could feel it from the beginning. But I would before that, I would like to talk a little bit about Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Do you have any thoughts, opinions? What's your feelings?
Freaking looks awesome. It looks awesome. The demo is intense. I mean, you get so much from the demo, and there's no cap on it. And it's coming out on June 30th. All that content is so much, and they have so much planned. And they make it like fall is so far away. You think about it, it's not. It's like August, and then you jump into fall, and then you have winter, and then you have next year. So I think it's awesome.
Yeah, Sunbreak is definitely one of my most anticipated games for this month as well. June's got a lot of stuff dropping, and Monster Hunter Rise, I would argue I ended up enjoying more than even Monster Hunter World. I don't think I played it more than it, but this is a crazy game that gives characters the ability to do crazy stuff. And seeing like the beach and the variety is what I liked. There's a giant enemy crab in this game, and he looks pissed.
And a lobster.
And a lobster, that too, yeah.
Lobster.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of hard to go back to the other Monster Hunters after Rise, right? Because you just get so used to the wire bugs and stuff, and then you're just like, oh, I'm not moving and grooving in the same way. So it's really exciting to fight even monsters from old games with all the new mechanics.
Also, I want to point out that it's releasing on both PC and Switch at the same time. That's big to me because
so happy,
right?
Yeah,
that was really big.
Yeah, that's the first thing I said. If there was going to be a demo, I'm like, oh, please be on Steam, please be on Steam, please be on Steam.
Yeah.
Well, Technique, the reason why we were chatting about that is because I would like to say good job. Your prediction about Monster Hunter Sunbreak was correct, which means, chat, are you listening? Please have your headphones, earphones, speakerphones to the computer, phone, or wherever you're watching this at, because thanks to Ally, you can get Twitch gift cards. So write #Ally in chat, and you might get a whisper from one of our Twitch staff, okay? If, you follow directions, we would like that. But you have to be 18 years or older, and you must be living in the US. So go ahead and enter, please, because let's just give you a round of applause, Technique. Thank you for that. Thank you. We are all allies now.
I wish it was the Power Stone or Marvel versus Capcom one, but
Okay,
it's cool.
that was I literally put in parentheses far-fetched hope dream.
I like the ambition.
Yeah.
Well,
Imagine
Maximilian, you don't have to be that disappointed, okay? Because I have some good news for you too. Maximilian, dude, can I call you dude? Or
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. That works.
You were also right about Street Fighter 6, okay? So good job and kudos to you.
It was here technically.
Yeah.
It was here.
Again, you guys in chat, don't forget to write #Ally in chat for a chance to winter. For a chance to go to winter. That's what I meant to say. For a chance to win a Twitch gift card. But fun fact, I actually also was saying Street Fighter 6 too. So yeah, we're in the same boat. Saw, dude. We did it.
Please. I just wanted to see Ken. I want to know what happened to his wife and kids.
Same.
Maybe they're out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Ken.
Also, Max, you have double good news. I'm I'm sorry, Sajam. You're just sitting over there, and I'm like, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
vibing. You know,
Your prediction about Resident Evil 4 remake came true, as we saw, you know. And Sajam, you know, like, I just want to give you a hug right now through the screen. But thank you for being here for moral support and your predictions, you know? That was, it was a great guess.
I gave it my all. I led with my heart.
Well, I want to just say, first of all, it's an honor to be surrounded by you guys and talking to you guys. So I want to say thank you. I appreciate you guys for coming by. Please, please, please tell the chat where they can find you, even though they probably know where you are right now, but we need to know more. So we can start with Technique and then go down the line again.
Sure, yeah. You can find me here, and there's information right below here. Twitch.tv/Technique. Or you can find me on Twitter at Technique TV because somebody has my name. But other than that, yeah, if you like a good time, I'm pretty comedic. I do a lot of voiceover and stuff in the channel, and I teach improv as well. So if you want to come on over and have some game time, come on over.
Sweet.
And yeah, sort of similar. I primarily stream on Twitch, a very different platform. And yeah, we play a lot of the same stuff as these dudes. And there's a lot of great Capcom stuff coming out over the next few months, and a lot of stuff on the horizon. So between me and Technique and Sajam,
of what it is?
What was that?
Can you give us some tea of what we can expect? You said a lot of cool things.
Definitely Sunbreak, right? I'll definitely be continuing some RE4 original playthroughs, right? I'll definitely be getting ready for Exoprimal by playing Dino Crisis for the first time full playthrough, right? There's a lot of cool legacy stuff that's out there that we can get ready for the next year of Capcom stuff, including a lot of Street Fighter and a lot of Street Fighter 6, you know?
Gotcha. And Sajam.
Yeah, you can find me Twitch. Sajam, Twitter, Sajam, YouTube. Sajam couldn't fit, so it's Resident Evil 4 Merchant Fanboy 69420. All the normal places, you know, I'll be there. And yeah, I stream a lot of fighting games. I stream a lot of Capcom games, and you can just swing by, say howdy, and we can commiserate about Resident Evil news together.
I definitely will. If you see someone starting havoc in your chat, just know that it's me. I will not be hiding my name. I will put it out in the forefront. But thank you again, guys. I will see y'all around, but thank you for being here. I appreciate it, for real.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, bye, guys.
Have a good one.
Later, gamers.
You too. Happy Monday. Hello, chat, and welcome back to me. #ally in the chat, because we got some of those predictions correct, okay? We got some right, and I see y'all going crazy. Apparently, we are all allies. Fist bumps here. Thank you so much. But this has been super cool. It's crazy, right? We got a lot of the things that we were guessing correctly. I was actually scared. I predicted Street Fighter, as some of y'all did as well. So I was a little shocked. I kind of knew that I had a good feeling. I had a good feeling in my heart, but I'm never good with actually guessing anything. So don't ever ask me to guess your age, where you're from, or anything like that. So the fact that I had to guess the predictions today was terrifying, but I can't believe I got it right. Okay? Please, just an applause for that. An applause for that. That in itself is magical, okay? But I did want to let you guys on Friday, not just a little bit, a ton of familiar faces from Twitch got together for another summer gathering downtown LA, okay? Split between the Summer Games Fest and the Gathering Cabana style hangout. I was chasing down robots. I've never seen... This was the funniest thing. The robots were actually incredible. Everyone was talking about them. They're like, yeah, they're gonna be fine and talk to you. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. They were crazy. I actually gave a few of the robots hugs. But we were able to try out some new games. I definitely tried out a whole bunch of indie games. We were able to talk to a couple devs. I was able to talk to Capcom about Street Fighter 6, and we just had a really good time, honestly. If you weren't able to make it, please take a brief recap of the Summer Gathering Fest right now.
Welcome to the Summer Games Fest kickoff live.
Why'd they let us come back for the summer gathering?
Learning from their past mistakes.
Nailed it. You don't want to be here for this.
No.
Because we've got a chatbot here. Chatbot is a visual representation of Twitch chat.
I'm here to rile up the crowd.
What are you guys most excited for this weekend?
High on life.
Time flies.
American Arcadia.
Callisto Protocol.
Minecraft Legends.
I saw a lot of activity for Goat Simulator 3.
Pokemon with guns. Wow.
There may be a future where y'all practice kicking doors to develop games. That's beautiful.
I'm going to pour you a drink.
You're going to give me a drink?
A little bit of that. I think this is lemon. What do you think?
I brought a band with me, but I don't have a name yet.
You guys start dropping your band names in chat.
I heard that chat picked out your outfit, Bruce.
We're gonna be making Bruce green. Hey, chat, help. There's no drip on this fit.
I've noticed people in chat asking to not only touch my head, but slap it?
No, it's not right. We're not gonna do that to Bruce. Your hair's luscious, but it's not that luscious.
Cup said Bruce's head is a national treasure. That's really nice of you, Cup.
Oh, who put that in there?
This is so cursed.
Select your outfit. Oh my god. I hope you like a lot all at once.
Oh no.
I have an unfortunate pants rip right now.
This is Giant Bob. Come here.
This was a moment. Some people wait a lifetime.
And yes, chat, I see you. Free the fly.
Hashtag save Bruce. No, not hashtag slap Bruce.
Gosh, you are so sweaty.
Oh, hey, what?
What truly stole the show for you?
The Alex McCullough performance.
Earlier, we ran a chat poll for my new band, Chatface and the Bots.
That was actually pretty good.
Do we need to do the Spider-Man meme?
We all just point at each other.
EG plus CD, we love each other.
Why is he
Don't you throw up.
I don't think he
Don't
likes
you throw up at me.
Hey, that was pretty embarrassing earlier.
We have post-kiss clarity, is I just realized.
I hope y'all enjoyed that video as much as I did. It was so wholesome and cute and amazing. But that is the last of the showcases on Twitch Gaming for now. Make sure you're following Twitch Gaming to get notifications and updates and more gaming events to come. I was your host, Kiera Please. You can find me on all social channels at Kiera Please. On Twitch, it's with a Z. On TikTok, it's with a Z. But on Instagram and Twitter, it's with an S. Don't ask me why. They wouldn't let me have the letter. Please, send help. But you can find me at Kiera Please on everything. It's been such an honor and a joy to be here today. So thank you so much. Thank you, chat. I just want to say good soup to everyone in chat. That's me saying thank you for being here. And we'll see you soon. Bye, you guys.